Chapter 3430. The Golden Crow clan hid in a valley in the Tyene Desperation domain and did not come out. They only activated the Guardian formation to keep Gu Fei and the others outside. However, it was not difficult for Gu Fei to break the Guardian formation since he had the Mountain and River Cauldron and other extreme divine weapons. However, just as Gu Fei was about to break the Guardian formation, many powerful demonic creatures appeared around him. Roar! A devil ape rushed out of the devil mist and pounced directly at Gu Fei. It was extremely ferocious, and its blood-red eyes were filled with madness. What kind of person was Gu Fei? He could tell at a glance that the devil ape had been controlled by someone and had fallen into madness. It would definitely be a disaster for an ordinary cultivator to be targeted by such a devil ape. Your relatives have arrived. Why don't you go and have a reunion? At this moment, the dragon head demon, who was standing beside the chaos devil ape, teased. Humph. The chaos devil ape was unhappy. He did not have such a relative. The chaos devil ape clan was fundamentally different from other devil apes. The devil ape that was being controlled did not have the bloodline of the chaos devil ape. In an instant, the devil ape was about to rush in front of Gu Fei. At this moment, a fist came from the side and directly hit the side of the devil ape's face, sending it flying. Everyone looked at the guy who attacked in shock. The guy who attacked was the chaos devil ape. The devil ape roared and stood up from the ground. Then it stared at the chaos devil ape. The devil ape had fallen into a state of madness. Even though it was staring at the chaos devil ape, it was not afraid. It should be said that it did not know fear. Boom! In the next moment, the devil ape stomped on the ground with both feet, and the hard ground immediately cracked open. The devil ape transformed into an afterimage and instantly pounced in front of the chaos devil ape. This devil ape was much bigger than the chaos devil ape. Its body was like a small mountain, and there were devil flames circling around it. A violent aura spread out, causing the surrounding void to tremble. However, the chaos demon ape only threw a punch. Bam! With a loud bang, it smashed into the demonic ape's face, causing it to cave in. After that, the devil ape collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. It had actually been knocked out by a single punch from the chaos devil ape. Old ape, are you being merciful? The demon spider of extreme, Ian said. With the cultivation and battle prowess of the chaos demon ape, it would be as easy as blowing off dust if it wanted to kill this chaos demon ape. It could be done in an instant. It was obvious that the chaos demon ape did not want to kill this demon ape. Don't meddle in my affairs. The chaos demon ape glanced at the great Ian demon spider and said indifferently. The chaos demon ape and the great Ian demon spider, as well as the dragon head demon, none of them were willing to submit to anyone. They only listened to Gu Fei. The extreme Ian demon spider did not say anything else because the surrounding monsters had started to attack. They were already surrounded by countless monsters. Gu Fei was naturally not afraid of these monsters. These monsters were merely being controlled by someone and had no control over their bodies. If he wanted to kill these monsters, it would be a piece of cake. Of course, there was no need for Gu Fei to do it himself. At this moment, Gu Fei had already put away the Mountain and River Cauldron and stopped attacking the defensive formation of the Golden Crow tribe. They were surrounded by a demonic fog. In front of them, the demonic fog churned, and demonic creatures walked out of it. Or rather, they crawled out, because the demonic creatures that came out of the demonic fog were enormous demonic spiders. They were demonic spiders with black and scarlet demonic runes on their bodies. They were the black crimson demon spiders. These monsters were rare even in the chaos demon realm. However, there was a large group of them here. Haha, your relative is here too. The chaos demon ape burst into laughter when he saw this. This time, it was the great Ian demon spider's turn to be annoyed. Gu Fei did not say anything when he saw this. It was good to have competition. Even if these guys were to fight, he would not stop them. Boom! At this moment, the dozen black crimson demon spiders that crawled out of the demonic fog flew into the air. Then, with a loud explosion, the dozen black crimson demon spiders exploded in the air and turned into a dozen clouds of blood mist. This, everyone was taken aback. They did not expect the great Een demon spider to be so ruthless and kill the dozen black crimson demon spiders in one move. At this moment, the indistinct demonic sound lingered in everyone's ears. This demonic sound was pervasive and unknowingly affected everyone's state of mind. The most powerful thing about this demonic sound was that it could create inner demons in people. The 3 gargoyles were devils among devils. Heart devils naturally couldn't affect them because they were devils themselves and possessed all the negative energy. However, it was different for the people from the ancestral god realm. At this moment, Pang Shi, who was beside Song Ke, was starting to get impatient. Who is it? Gu Fei released his divine consciousness in an attempt to sense where the demonic sound was coming from. However, he was surprised because even he could not sense where the demonic sound was coming from. How is this possible? Gu Fei could not help but be moved. Can you sense where the demonic sound is coming from? Gu Fei transmitted his voice to Tsang Quebec. I can't sense it. Song Ke replied, It can't be that legendary demonic artifact, right? The dragon head demon suddenly muttered to himself. The dragon head demon had a great background and knew many secrets of the primal chaos demonic world. In a distant era, an unconventional demon lord had appeared in the primal chaos demonic world. He was called the Sound Demon. The Sound Demon had become obsessed with music and cultivated the 8 heavenly demon chords with earth-shattering might. Once the 8 chords were released, he was nearly invincible in the primal chaos demonic world. The demonic weapon refined by the Sound Demon was also very famous. It was called the 8 Notes Demonic Flute. The 8 Notes Demonic Flute had the power to control groups of demons. This was because one of the 8 notes of the heavenly demon, the imperial demonic sound art, could confuse one's mind and cause powerful creatures to fall into a frenzy. What's going on? Gu Fei looked at the dragon head demon. It's probably the 8 Notes Demonic Flute. Someone is using the imperial demonic sound art. Dragon head demon voiced out his suspicions. To be able to control so many monsters in a berserk state, perhaps only the 8 Notes Magic Flute's imperial demon sound art had such power. 8 Notes Demonic Flute? Could it be an extreme demonic weapon? Gu Fei furrowed his brows. Yes, the dragon head demon replied with a nod. At that moment, the Chaos Demon Ape and the great Een Demon Spider were shocked by the dragon head demon's words. The 8 Notes Demonic Flute had appeared. This was no small matter. It should be known that once the imperial demonic sound art had appeared in the past, groups of demons would bow before it. Whoever could obtain the 8 Notes Demonic Flute would be able to control the fate of countless demons. Chapter 34-31. The demonic sound lingered and moved one's soul. Even Yu Qiong, who was a half-step great ancestor, had to use his cultivation to resist the demonic sound. If his cultivation was slightly weaker, he might not be able to resist the erosion of the demonic sound and be controlled by it. At this moment, the supreme Een Demon Spider's powerful attack did not deter the countless demonic creatures in the surroundings. Thunderous footsteps rang out. Countless demonic creatures rushed out of the demonic fog. The earth was shaking. The demonic chi was vast and mighty, and the demonic creatures' roars were earth-shattering. This was truly a demonic dance. Not only were there countless demonic creatures rushing towards Gu Fei's group from the ground, but there were also demonic creatures descending from the sky, stretching out their sharp demonic claws towards them. Song Ke stretched out his right hand and directly slapped the sky. Boom! The void shook and a powerful divine Tao erupted. The demonic creatures that swooped down from the sky were immediately blasted away and then exploded in the void. A burst of demon blood sprinkled down from the sky. The dragon head demon raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. The spilled demon blood immediately gathered in his hand and was caught by him. The dragon head demon used his mystic technique and directly devoured the demonic essence contained in the demonic blood. Although the mosquito's leg is small, it's still meat. Don't waste it. The dragon head demon laughed in a low voice. He let go of the demonic blood in his right hand, and some black dust sprinkled from between his fingers. At this moment, when the demonic creatures that rushed over from the ground were only a few dozen feet away from Gu Fei's group, all of them seemed to have hit an invisible wall, and their heads were instantly smashed into pieces. An invisible force enveloped Gu Fei's group. Soon, outside the invisible force field, there were piles of demonic creatures' corpses. Although the force field blocked the impact of the demonic creatures, the stench of the demonic blood that flowed out of the demonic creatures made everyone frown. At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape walked out and used the Chaos Demon Ape technique. A heaven-devouring force immediately surged out from his body, and then the surrounding demonic essence gathered towards him. Rays of black light shot out from the corpses of the demonic creatures outside towards the Chaos Demon Ape and were devoured by the Chaos Demon Ape. The corpses of the demonic creatures outside the force field rapidly shriveled up and turned into dried corpses without any spiritual essence. Even the essence contained in the demon blood that flowed onto the ground was forcefully devoured by the Chaos Demon Ape. The smell of blood in the air was immediately reduced. Beams of demonic light, formed by demonic essence, rushed towards the Chaos Demon Ape. This was a powerful demonic essence. As the Chaos Demon Ape continued to devour the demonic essence, there were actually small snake-like, blood-colored light swimming under its stone-like skin. Seeing that the Chaos Demon Ape had made its move, the Supreme Een Demon Spider and the Dragon Head Demon were unwilling to fall behind. They also circulated their devil arts and devoured the Devil Dao Essence Chi in the surroundings. When the three gargoyles made their move, even if the monsters didn't collide with the transparent force field, their essence energy was still frantically leaking out. Their flesh and blood rapidly withered, and before they could even reach the transparent force field, they fell to the ground and died. Seeing this scene, Yu Qiong couldn't help but sweat profusely. Fortunately, the three demons didn't attack him. Otherwise, he would probably be finished. Pan Shi, who was standing beside Song Ke, was also inexplicably shocked. Among the people present, only Gu Fei and Song Ke's expressions were normal. They didn't reveal any emotions, giving off a cold feeling. At this time, the indistinct demonic sound in the air was still lingering in everyone's ears. Powerful demonic creatures kept rushing out of the demonic fog. But in the end, these demonic creatures all turned into corpses. Roar! At this time, the Chaos Demon Ape suddenly roared and directly rushed out into the demonic fog. He wanted to take the initiative to attack and find the person who was secretly controlling these demonic creatures. In fact, he wanted to snatch the legendary magic flute of 8 notes. The person in the dark was obviously not strong enough to unleash the true power of the magic flute of 8 notes. Otherwise, even the Chaos Demon Ape and the others would be affected. Yu Qiong and the others wouldn't be able to resist the true power of the magic flute of 8 notes. When the great Een Demon Spider and the Dragon Head Demon saw this, they naturally guessed the Chaos Demon Ape's intention. Unwilling to fall behind, they also roared and rushed out to attack. Gu Fei only smiled when he saw this, but he didn't say anything. Sound demon? Song Ke seemed to recall something and frowned. He was a super antique who had experienced the war in the past and witnessed the power of the supreme demon ancestor of the primal chaos demon world. Back then, there seemed to be a supreme demon ancestor who was proficient in music among the supreme demon ancestors who had invaded the primal chaos demon world. That supreme demon ancestor had once used a demonic flute to silently annihilate an army of the primal chaos demon world. However, after Song Ke had invaded the primal chaos demon world, He had been trapped in the mountain and river diagram until Gu Fei had released him. He naturally didn't know what had happened after that. The supreme demon ancestor had fallen here, and this place had turned into a dead zone. However, San Ke had never expected that the sound demon's 8 heavenly demon chords would appear here. 8 heavenly demon chords. Gu Fei was somewhat interested in this kind of cultivation technique that allowed one to enter the path of music. However, he couldn't sense the existence of that fellow in the dark at all. He pondered for a moment before a silhouette walked out from his body and instantly disappeared into thin air without a trace. San Ke's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch when he saw this. As the 3 great stone statue devils took the initiative to attack, the demonic fog that had been blocked by that power started to churn violently and roar in a chaotic manner. From time to time, terrifying demonic lights could be seen piercing through the void and rushing out of the demonic fog. How could those demonic creatures outside be a match for the 3 great stone statue devils? They were slaughtered like melons and vegetables, and their essence was devoured by the 3 great stone statue devils and turned into their power. At this moment, countless cultivators were watching from outside the extreme Yin domain. However, they could only see the surging demonic aura in the extreme Yin domain and the demonic creatures that were blasted out of the demonic fog from time to time. The cultivators outside the extreme Yin domain could hardly see the figures of Gu Fei and his companions. Even the East Pole old man couldn't sense the existence of Gu Fei and his companions, let alone the other cultivators. The cultivators outside the extreme Yin domain were very wary of the extreme Yin domain, as the various legends about it seemed to be true. Very few people dared to barge into the extreme Yin domain. At this moment, the East Pole old man's face turned grave when he saw that more and more demonic fog was surging out of the extreme Yin domain. He stared at the demonic fog in the depths of the extreme Yin domain and pondered for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth and took a step forward, walking directly into the extreme Yin domain. Chapter 34-32. The East Pole old man walked into the tiny, desolate domain, which shocked all the cultivators outside. They did not understand why the East Pole old man would take the risk, knowing that the tiny, desolate domain was full of dangers. Heavenly demon 8 tones? How could it be? As soon as the East Pole old man stepped into the tiny, desolate domain, he immediately heard the faint but tempting demonic sound in the void. He was shocked because he was no stranger to this demonic sound. Back then he had almost died to this demonic sound. No matter how many years had passed, he would never forget what happened that day. The East Pole old man recalled a scene that had been sealed for countless years. The war of gods and demons had come to the final stage a long time ago. Both the ancestral god realm and the chaos demon realm had suffered serious damage. Even supreme god ancestors and supreme demon ancestors had died in battle. The forces of the ancestral god realm and the chaos demon realm had experienced a great reshuffle, and many forces that had existed for countless years had disappeared. Many forces had also risen during the war of gods and demons. At the end of the war of gods and demons, the demons of the chaos demon realm and the ancestral god realm had been in a killing frenzy. At that time, the East Pole old man had just become a god clan expert. No god clan expert had survived wherever the demonic shadow had passed. The 8 tones had taken away souls, and corpses had been everywhere. The East Pole old man still broke out in a cold sweat when he thought of that scene. How could it be? This is the Taiyin desolate domain, the place where Taiyin ancestor god died. Is it related to the sound demon? The East Pole old man was even more shocked. He released an incomparably tyrannical divine will fluctuation. In the next moment, this divine will fluctuation enveloped a part of the world. He wanted to find the person who was secretly using the heavenly demon 8 chords. However, he was shocked to find that he could not sense where the soul-snatching demonic sound came from, even with his current cultivation. Soon, the East Pole old man saw a scene that shocked him. Countless demonic creatures rushed out from the depths of the Taiyin desolate domain. Terrifying demonic shadows could be vaguely seen in the demonic fog. Roar! A demonic creature faced the sky and roared, causing the entire void to tremble. It was a demonic creature with the shadow of a dragon, but it was definitely not a devil dragon. However, even if it wasn't an expert of the devil dragon clan, this demonic creature definitely had the bloodline of the devil dragon clan flowing through its veins. Even such a powerful being has been controlled. When the East Pole Old Man arrived nearby, he stopped and looked at the scene in shock. Just as the East Pole Old Man's expression changed, a demonic shadow charged out of the demonic fog. The demonic shadow leaped into the midst of the demonic horde and waved its arms, sending the incomparably ferocious demonic creatures flying before shattering them in the air. The demonic figure opened its mouth and sucked in the blood mist that exploded in the air. Then, a faint layer of bloody light appeared on the demonic figure's body. It was a demon ape, and it was extremely powerful. There was actually chaotic demon chi lingering around its body. This demon ape was one of Gu Fei's 3 subordinates. The East Pole Old Man naturally knew the origins of the Chaos Demon Ape. The Chaos Demon Ape was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It actually managed to disperse a portion of the demonic creatures, and more powerful demonic creatures were killed by the Chaos Demon Ape. In the other 2 directions, there were also earth-shattering sounds of fighting. The divine Een Demon Spider and the Dragon Head Demon did not show any mercy. They killed all the experts of the demons who had escaped here, leaving none alive. At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape had already rushed into the depths of the tiny, desolate domain. Compared to attacking the stronghold of the Golden Crow clan, the divine Een Demon Spider and the others were more concerned about the legendary supreme demonic weapon, the 8 Notes demonic flute. Meanwhile, one of Gu Fei's incarnations was also quietly walking in the void. He wanted to see how powerful the so-called 8 Notes of the Heavenly Demon was. In Gu Fei's opinion, the 8 Notes of the Heavenly Demon should be an extremely powerful killing technique of sound. It would not be easy to break this invisible killing technique of sound. Swoosh! At this moment, Gu Fei's incarnation directly slashed at a corner of the void with his sword. The extremely powerful sword light instantly rushed up to thousands of meters and flashed across the void. At the same time, a figure fell out of the void and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. This person was holding a demonic flute in his hand. He was about 30 years old and wore black clothes. From time to time, a dazzling light burst out of his eyes. The middle-aged man in black blew the demonic flute in his hand, and the melodious demonic sound immediately rang out, lingering in the void. As soon as the demonic sound came out, Gu Fei's incarnation immediately shook and almost fell from the sky. Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. The 8 heavenly demon chords truly lived up to its name. Even his clone was almost trapped by it. His clone's primordial spirit was almost hooked by the 8 heavenly demon chords. This was one of the 8 notes of the heavenly demon, the soul-slaying sound art. It was specifically targeted at the primordial spirit. Once this sound art was released, it could destroy a cultivator's primordial spirit and kill them. In the past, the sound demon had used the 8 notes demonic flute to release the soul-slaying sound art. As a result, the 100,000 divine soldiers under the command of an extreme-grade ancestral god had all turned into cold corpses. After the middle-aged man blew the 8 notes demonic flute, faint patterns began to appear on the flute. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from the 8 notes demonic flute. "Ha, so it's here." At this moment, someone cried out in surprise. He directly pounced out of the demonic mist below and reached out to grab the 8 notes demonic flute in the middle-aged man's hand. It was the demon Een Spider making a move. At the same time, the Dragon Head Demon also made a move. Powerful fluctuations of power erupted from his body and dispersed the surrounding demonic mist. "You're courting death." The middle-aged man sneered. The sound of the flute changed again, and a vast and ancient aura immediately spread out from his body. In the next moment, sound waves spread out. Both the demon spider and the dragon head demon stopped moving. This was exactly what the middle-aged man wanted. He directly punched the demon spider's head and sent it flying. On the other side, the dragon head demon wasn't any better. He was swept by the middle-aged man's right leg, which directly hit his waist and sent him flying. Just as the middle-aged man was about to follow up with another attack, a dazzling sword light descended from the sky and fell directly on his head. The extremely sharp sword light seemed to tear the sky apart. This was Gu Fei's clone making a move. Powerful fluctuations of sword qi spread out, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly due to the impact of the sword qi. Roar! At the same time, an earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the Tying desolate region. In the next moment, a powerful and terrifying aura spread out from the depths of the Tying desolate region, shocking everyone. Chapter 34-33. The might of the 8 demon cords could not be underestimated, as it was an extreme demonic technique created by the extreme path demon ancestor. It was obvious that the mysterious middle-aged man had yet to cultivate this demonic technique to the great accomplishment realm. He hadn't even reached the minor accomplishment realm. Moreover, using the demonic 8 cords seemed to consume a large amount of demonic essence. The mysterious middle-aged man soon revealed a tired expression. Swoosh! At that moment, Gu Fei's clone made his move. The murderous sword qi of the 9 sky punishing swords erupted from his body, and 9 sword lights tore through the void like 9 real sky punishing swords as they slashed at the mysterious middle-aged man. The mysterious middle-aged man was startled, and he hurriedly blew into the magic flute in his hand. A demonic sound drifted out of the flute, and a demonic sound pattern on it lit up. The next moment, the 9 sky punishing swords unleashed by Gu Fei's clone seemed to have struck an invisible wall at the same time, and they were unexpectedly blocked. The 8 demon cords truly lives up to its reputation of being both offensive and defensive. Sang Kei's voice was heard at that moment. He was the only person present who had participated in the war that had taken place in the distant past. Although he hadn't fought against the Sound Demon Supreme back then, he had heard of his name, so he had some understanding of the might of the 8 demon cords. The sound waves that spread from the 8 demon flute of 8 notes turned into a barrier that enveloped the mysterious middle-aged man. Even the 9 sky punishing swords couldn't break through this barrier. Interesting. The killing power of sound can actually be used in this way. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei's clone revealed a look of surprise. He had actually dabbled in the killing technique of sound before. He also knew combat techniques, such as the blue dragon roar, the sky-shaking roar, and so on. However, this was the first time he had encountered a demonic technique that used music to enter the path. As expected, all 3,000 great paths could become saints. If one cultivated the killing technique of sound to the extreme, one could also become an invincible extreme path supreme. The achievements of the Sound Demon Supreme had been witnessed by everyone in the distant past. At this moment, the melodious demonic sound suddenly changed. It became sharp and full of killing intent. In the next moment, the power of sound burst out from the magic flute of 8 notes. The 9 rays of light that were blocked by the sound wave shield immediately shattered in the void. At the same time, Gu Fei's clone felt as if it had been struck by an invisible force. The sound of bones breaking rang out from its body as it was sent flying thousands of meters away. Preposterous! When Gu Fei sensed this, he couldn't help but put away his contempt for the 8 celestial demon chords and the demonic flute of 8 notes. Boom! At this moment, a huge hand descended from the sky, slapping towards the mysterious middle-aged man, directly slapping him into the ground. The moment the mysterious middle-aged man was slammed into the ground, 2 powerful demonic shadows broke through the ground at the same time and rushed into the ground. Powerful demonic power surged out from the depths of the earth. The three demonic powerhouses fought in the depths of the earth, causing the entire ground to undulate like waves. Humph! At this moment, a sneer rang out in the sky. Then, a demonic shadow swooped down from the sky, broke through the ground, and rushed into the depths of the earth. Gu Fei's clone didn't attack again. After stabilizing his body, he stood quietly in the void and looked down at the constantly undulating ground. However, the demonic creatures still rushed out from the depths of the tiny, desolate region. However, there weren't as many of them as before. Even so, the combat strength of these demonic creatures was many times stronger than that of the previous demonic creatures. Bam! 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 Heavy footsteps rang out, causing the ground to shake. A huge figure rushed out from the depths of the tiny, desolate region. It was a demonic shadow that was the size of a small mountain, and its whole body was shrouded in demonic aura. A stone demon? Gu Fei's clone discovered that this great demon was made of stone from head to toe, and there were 2 balls of red demonic fire flickering in its eye sockets. Roar! As soon as the stone demon rushed out, it fixed its eyes on Gu Fei's clone in the sky. Then, it soared into the sky and punched at Gu Fei's clone. Humph! Do I look like a pushover to you? Gu Fei's clone was very displeased. He directly grasped the air with his right hand, and a sword light immediately emerged from his hand and turned into a sword of light. Swoosh! Gu Fei's clone rushed up and instantly passed by the stone demon. In the next moment, the stone demon froze in the void, and a crack appeared on its forehead. Then, the huge body of the stone demon, which was the size of a small mountain, was split in half and fell from the sky. With just one slash, the stone demon was killed by Gu Fei's clone. After killing the stone demon, Gu Fei's clone did not stay idle. He directly rushed down from the sky and killed his way into the group of demons. For a while, demon blood suddenly appeared and powerful demons fell one after another. The soil on the ground was stained black by the demon blood, and the stench of blood filled the air, making people want to vomit. Gu Fei's clone moved quickly on the ground, and wherever he passed, there was no one who could resist him. As the sword light flashed, no matter how powerful and ferocious the demons were, they were all killed by his sword. Without any scruples, he directly killed his way into the depths of the tiny, desolate region. However, the next moment, Gu Fei's clone flew out from the depths of the tiny, desolate region, and with a bang his whole body exploded into a cloud of blood mist in the void. What? Seeing this scene, San Ke, the demon divine lord, and the others were really shocked. Even Gu Fei could not help but be shocked, and his face became solemn. How could it be possible that his clone could not even withstand a single blow from the creatures in the tiny, desolate region? Gu Fei was very confident in this doppelganger of his. This doppelganger had at least 80% of his battle strength. How could it be so easily blown away by other experts? Moreover, what surprised Gu Fei and the others was that there was no strong fluctuation of diabolism power coming from the depths of the tiny, desolate region. Just when they were shocked, a sound of bones colliding came from the depths of the tiny, desolate region. Then, under everyone's incredulous gaze, a figure walked out step by step from the depths of the tiny, desolate region. That is, when they saw the figure, everyone was shocked again. The figure that walked out from the depths of the tiny, desolate region was actually a skeleton. A seemingly ordinary black skeleton walked towards Gu Fei and the others. In the skull of this black skeleton, there was only a weak soul fire beating, and it seemed that the soul fire could be extinguished at any time. Gu Fei could only sense a weak soul fluctuation from the soul fire. Is this the guy who sent my clone flying? When Gu Fei saw this black skeleton, he did not look down on it at all. It should be known that the more ordinary a cultivator was, the more powerful he was. The reason for that was because some cultivators' cultivation had already reached the state of returning to the natural state. It was simply impossible to see through the cultivators' cultivation bases from their appearances. Obviously, this black skeleton was a demonic powerhouse who had cultivated to the realm of returning to one's natural state. At this moment, the figure of Gu Fei's clone, which had been blasted into a bloody mist, loomed out of the bloody mist. The bloody mist was surging and emitting a monstrous qi and blood. Rays of divine light intertwined in the bloody mist. 9 Tao patterns were looming, and the bloody mist was condensing rapidly. The flesh of Gu Fei's clone was rapidly being reconstructed. However, when the flesh of Gu Fei's clone was being reconstructed, the monstrous qi and blood emitted from it was definitely a fatal temptation for the demons. The demonic creatures that had fallen into a frenzied state immediately soared into the sky and pounced towards the figure shrouded in the blood mist. Vigorous qi and blood were great supplements for demons. If they devoured the qi and blood of Gu Fei's clone, those demons were likely to transform into more powerful demons. However, how could those demons devour the qi and blood of Gu Fei's clone? Just when the countless demons were about to pounce on Gu Fei's clone, the demon god Venerable took action. He directly took out the demon god hammer and killed all the demons that were pouncing on him. The demon god's mighty power dispersed the surrounding demonic mist. The ground was shaking, but the chaos demonic ape and the other experts had yet to come out from the depths of the earth. The demonic tune was still lingering in the void, which made Gu Fei and the others feel a little incredulous. The power of the magic flute of 8 notes was so powerful that those demons were controlled by the demonic tune and had completely lost their consciousness. They were merely pawns sent to their deaths. At this moment, waves of powerful energy fluctuations came from the valley where the Golden Crow clan was shrouded in demonic aura. The figure of the immortal tree was looming in the valley. Gu Fei wanted to break the defensive formation of the Golden Crow clan and kill his way into the valley. However, he couldn't do so now because he was targeted by the black skeleton. At the same time, Gu Fei's clone had also completely recovered. The powerful qi and blood began to converge until it completely disappeared. Preposterous! Gu Fei's doppelganger stared at the black skeleton in front of him with a gaze as sharp as a sword. It was this skeleton that had slapped him and sent him flying out of the depths of the Tying Desolate domain. It was the most powerful opponent Gu Fei's clone had ever encountered. One should know that no one could blast his body apart with a single slap. You guys go and break the protective formation of the Golden Crow clan. Gu Fei said to everyone. Yes. The demon god Venerable and the others quickly accepted the order. Song Ke was also about to take action. The longer one stayed in the Tying domain, the more one's mind would be eroded by the demonic nature here. He wanted to quickly settle the matter with the Golden Crow clan and leave this place. Chapter 3434. A black skeleton walked out from the depths of the Tying Desolate domain. It was a humanoid skeleton with 2 sharp horns on its head. It was a demonic skeleton, and it was extremely powerful. With just one palm, it sent Gu Fei's doppelganger, who had entered the depths of the Tying Desolate domain, flying out. Gu Fei had no choice but to take action personally. Everyone present, including Song Ke, might not be a match for the skeleton. Moreover, the skeleton had already set its eyes on Gu Fei. As they stood in confrontation, the skeleton made the first move. The black skeleton silently disappeared into the void without any warning. What? Gu Fei was shocked. After all, he had cultivated the martial path Heavenly Eye, but he could not see where the skeleton had gone. It was as if it had instantly merged with the surrounding void. In the next moment, he directly punched with a backhand. Bang! With a muffled sound, his fist collided with another fist. To be precise, it was a bone fist. The mysterious skeleton had unexpectedly appeared behind Gu Fei without any warning. However, Gu Fei was a natural fighter with extremely rich combat experience. Especially with his current cultivation, he was extremely sensitive to danger and was able to react at the first sign of danger. Gu Fei only felt a powerful force coming from the opponent's bone fist. His sleeves were instantly shattered into pieces. Roar! Gu Fei roared and exerted force with his right fist. Even so, he was still forced to take a step back by the opponent's punch. How dare you? Gu Fei was shocked and angry. After all, his martial body had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. The strength of his martial body was far stronger than other experts of the same level. His body could compete with a quasi-supreme Dao weapon. He was not afraid of a quasi-supreme Dao weapon. Moreover, the strength of his martial body was the source of Gu Fei's confidence. Warriors were known for their strength, and they were especially good at close combat. Therefore, since ancient times when other cultivators fought with warriors, they would never dare to let the warriors get close to them. One had to know that in a battle against a martial artist, once a martial artist closed in, it would mean death. But now, this mysterious skeleton actually dared to fight him in close combat. It seemed that he had met a worthy opponent this time. Swoosh! Two silhouettes moved rapidly in the void, engaging in close combat. For a moment, the void was filled with afterimages. The movement techniques of the two great experts were too fast. Boom! Bam! Muffled, thunder-like sounds of collision rang out continuously, and a series of pitch-black spatial cracks directly collapsed in the void. Gu Fei and the mysterious skeleton were locked in a fierce battle. Good heavens! Gu Fei had no choice but to get serious. His opponent's combat skills did not seem to be any weaker than his own. Just where did this guy come from? How could he have such combat strength? At this time, the most shocked people were Song Ke and Demon God. They had never seen someone who could fight with Gu Fei in close combat for so long without being killed by Gu Fei. Song Ke and Demon God also began to attack the Golden Crow clan. 18 formation flags flew up from Song Ke's hand, scattered in the air and fell from the sky, inserting themselves around the valley where the Golden Crow clan was located. The 18 formation flags seemed to be inserted around the valley in a disorderly manner, but in fact each formation flag corresponded to a specific position and had a specific direction. Rumble! After the 18 formation flags were arranged, a rumbling sound of wind and thunder came from each formation flag. Then, endless formation patterns rushed out from the formation flags and directly imprinted in the void. Countless formation patterns intertwined, forming a mysterious and complicated formation diagram. Once the formation diagram was formed, it could attract the essence of heaven and earth to condense a powerful force to kill the creatures trapped in the formation. Soon, the entire valley was shrouded in a layer of chaotic divine fire. This was the method of breaking an array with an array. Didn't the Golden Crow clan have a protective array? It was definitely not an easy task to break through the great defensive formation. For Song Ke and Demon God, breaking an array with an array was the best choice. Old Demon, let's begin, Song Ke said to Demon God. All right. Demon God nodded and directly soared into the sky, landing in the formation eye of the chaotic divine fire formation, and personally presided over the chaotic divine fire formation. Song Ke then entered the chaotic divine fire formation. The two experts jointly presided over the super killing formation, vowing to break the protective array of the Golden Crow clan and slaughter the entire Golden Crow clan. The chaotic Golden Rock clan and the Golden Crow clan had become irreconcilable enemies. The enmity would only truly become a thing of the past when one was completely destroyed by the other. Song Ke would not let the Golden Crow clan go because the Golden Crow clan was a huge threat to him. If he did not remove the roots, it would grow again when the spring breeze blows. He understood this principle very well. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. The power of the chaotic divine fire formation collided with the power of the protective array of the Golden Crow clan in the sky above the valley with a loud bang. Where the two forces collided, the void was directly annihilated and the protective array of the Golden Crow clan shook violently. At this moment, a mountain in the distance collapsed amidst the tremors. Dust filled the air, and it was as terrifying as if there were 4 giant dragons turning over under the ground. The ground kept rising and sinking, as terrifying as the end of the world. Boom! At this moment, the entire ground exploded and the ground was overturned. 4 powerful figures rushed out from the sky full of dust. Every single one of them exuded an extremely powerful aura, causing the entire world to tremble because of their existence. These 4 experts were the Chaos Demon Ape and the other 2. The 3 gargoyle demons fought the mysterious middle-aged man together, but they were shocked to find that the mysterious middle-aged man was actually on par with them with the 8 notes magic flute in his hand. It seems like we can't take this guy down without using our full strength. You 2 should stop hiding your strength. If you can't take this guy down, it won't look good in front of Master. The Chaos Demon Ape glanced at the divine Demon Spider and the Dragon Head Demon and said coldly, "Do I need you to say that?" The Dragon Head Demon said indifferently. Hearing the Chaos Demon Ape's words, the mysterious middle-aged man couldn't help but be shocked and angry. These guys were actually holding back. If I had mastered the first 4 notes of the 8 demon chords, killing these 3 guys would be as easy as blowing off dust. The mysterious middle-aged man thought to himself. He had only mastered the first 3 notes of the 8 demon chords, but it was already enough for him to fight endlessly with the Chaos Demon Ape and the other 2 gargoyle demons. This kind of battle strength was almost invincible among those in the same realm. You guys are also demons. Why do you want to make things difficult for me? The mysterious middle-aged man held the 8 notes magic flute and stared at the Chaos Demon Ape. Haha, look at what you're saying. It's not that we want to make things difficult for you, but you want to make things difficult for us. Do you understand? The Chaos Demon Ape laughed. The mysterious middle-aged man couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. This guy's words weren't unreasonable. It seemed like the mysterious middle-aged man really did attack first. All right, why are you talking so much nonsense? There are 2 paths for you to choose now. One is to live. As long as you hand over the 8 notes magic flute in your hand, we'll leave your corpse intact. The great Demon Spider said fiercely, "What about the second path?" The mysterious middle-aged man stared at the great Demon Spider and said coldly, "The second path is for us to attack. Once we attack, it won't be as simple as just dying." The Chaos Demon Ape stared at the mysterious middle-aged man. A ray of light flashed in the depths of its eyes, and a powerful murderous aura erupted from its body. "I want to choose the third path." The mysterious middle-aged man gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the 8 notes magic flute. His eyes became extremely firm. The third path. The Chaos Demon Ape and the others stared at the mysterious middle-aged man. They could attack him at any time. That is to kill you. The mysterious middle-aged man blew into the 8 notes magic flute. A demonic sound that seemed to be able to penetrate the heavens and destroy the void immediately spread from the flute. The void around the mysterious middle-aged man was actually being destroyed. The demonic sound spread, and in an instant, a huge hole appeared in the sky. What? The Chaos Demon Ape and the others were involuntarily pulled towards the big hole by a powerful devouring force. At the same time, the killing power of the demonic sound instantly enveloped them. In the next moment, the 3 stone demons collapsed in the void at the same time without even letting out a scream. They were shattered by the killing power of the 8 notes magic flute. This, Yu Qiong, Peng Shi, and the others in the distance were shocked when they saw the scene. They were well aware of the Chaos Demon Ape and the other's strength. The 3 demons were all abnormally powerful, but now the mysterious middle-aged man had shattered their bodies just like that. Yu Qiong already wanted to escape. He did not want to stay here and die. However, after the mysterious middle-aged man performed this killing move, his aura became very weak and was on the verge of collapsing. Kill! Peng Shi saw hope. He roared and directly took a step forward. He approached the mysterious middle-aged man in an incomparably domineering manner and then smashed his fist towards the mysterious middle-aged man. Bam! No one expected that a muffled sound could be heard. The mysterious middle-aged man was fiercely smashed in the face by Peng Shi's fist, and he was sent flying. Peng Shi looked at his fist and was stunned. He never thought that he could actually send the mysterious man flying with a single punch. The mysterious man's level was not something he could imagine. Yu Qiong also opened his mouth in shock. 8 notes magic flute. Yu Qiong's eyes lit up and he rushed forward. In an instant, he caught up with the mysterious middle-aged man who was sent flying. Then he stretched out his right hand and wanted to snatch the 8 notes magic flute from the mysterious middle-aged man's hand. However, the mysterious middle-aged man suddenly sent a slap over and ruthlessly slapped Yu Qiong's face. Yu Qiong let out a miserable shriek as he was sent flying. Fuck, why am I so unlucky? Chapter 34-35. When Yu Qiong saw the mysterious middle-aged man being punched away by Peng Shi, he wanted to take advantage of the situation. He wanted to snatch the magic flute of 8 notes from the mysterious middle-aged man. However, who knew that the mysterious man still had the strength to fight back. He slapped Yu Qiong and sent him flying away. Yu Qiong fell to the ground in a sorry state. Yu Qiong groaned in pain and crawled up from the ground. He soared into the sky. His hair was fluffy like a bird's nest. His body was covered in dust. The place where the mysterious middle-aged man slapped him was swollen. The palm print was very clear. He opened his mouth in pain and spat out a few teeth. His face was crooked. Fortunately, the mysterious middle-aged man was already injured. Otherwise, that slap would have definitely killed Yu Qiong. Why would there be so much nonsense? At the same time, the gargoyle, which had been shattered by the mysterious middle-aged man's sonic attack, reappeared in the void. Its shattered body was reforming. Very quickly, the Chaos Demon Ape and the others reformed their bodies. It was impossible to tell that they had just been injured. Moreover, what made the mysterious middle-aged man afraid was that the Chaos Demon Ape's chi and blood were still very strong. They were not injured at all. Damn it! The Chaos Demon Ape roared. He stared at the mysterious middle-aged man fiercely. He wanted to swallow this guy alive. The Tai-In demon spider and the dragon head demon were also furious. They almost failed miserably. If they really died in the hands of this guy, it would be really unjust. At this time, the mysterious middle-aged man was dumbfounded. These 3 guys had their bodies destroyed by him. They could actually reform their bodies and recover. The mysterious middle-aged man used the 4th note of the magic flute of 8 notes. Otherwise, he would not have almost killed the Chaos Demon Ape and the others. At this time, Peng Shi and Yu Qiong had already retreated far away. Once they were affected by the battle between experts of this level, they would definitely be killed. Ridiculous. I don't believe that I can't kill you. After the mysterious middle-aged man steadied himself, he immediately blew into the magic flute of 8 notes. The 4th note on the magic flute of 8 notes lit up. The 4th note on the magic flute of 8 notes lit up. Then it crazily swallowed the surrounding chi of heaven and earth. It also swallowed the mysterious middle-aged man's chi. An extreme aura spread out from the magic flute of 8 notes in the mysterious middle-aged man's hand. It really is an ultimate demonic artifact. When Yu Qiong saw this scene, he couldn't help feeling shocked. Only with an extreme path devil artifact could this guy fight against the Chaos Demon Ape. Attack! The Chaos Demon Ape didn't want his devil body to shatter again. He roared, and a strong devil force immediately erupted from his body. The surrounding void was trembling. At the same time, the great Een demon spider and the dragon head demon attacked as well. The dragon head demon spat out a demonic spear. After it flew out of his mouth, it immediately grew larger and shot towards the mysterious middle-aged man. Everyone had a few life-saving techniques. The Chaos Devil Ape and the others naturally had some as well. At this moment, they attacked with all their might. The void around them instantly exploded. Heaven and earth were collapsing. The great demon spider waved its hand, and a large net immediately flew out. Like a dark cloud, it shrouded the mysterious middle-aged man. The Chaos Demon Ape was even more powerful. The chaotic devil chi around his body was vast and mighty. His body suddenly grew to the size of a small hill. He was in a berserk state. This was the ultimate technique of the Chaos Demon Ape clan. In a berserk state, the Chaos Demon Ape's battle strength would soar to a level that even he himself was afraid of. The extreme chaotic devil force exploded from the Chaos Demon Ape's body. The void around him kept exploding. Even the sky seemed like it was about to collapse. This, the mysterious middle-aged man, couldn't help but be shocked. These three guys were actually holding back. He didn't expect that these three guys would be so terrifying when they fought with all their might. He didn't dare to be careless. He used the heavenly demon fourth sound with all his might. The terrifying killing power of the sound spread out and blocked the Chaos Demon Ape's attack. However, the Chaos Demon Ape's attack did not hurt the mysterious middle-aged man. Instead, blood seeped out of the mysterious middle-aged man's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The mysterious middle-aged man couldn't hold on any longer. With the mysterious middle-aged man's cultivation, he still couldn't use the heavenly demon fourth sound. The consequences of forcefully using the heavenly demon fourth sound were very serious. Roar! At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape in a berserk state roared. He had almost completely fallen into madness, but he still maintained a trace of sobriety. He wouldn't let himself really sink into it. The Chaos Demon Ape directly swung its huge fist at the mysterious middle-aged man. An extremely violent power erupted, shaking the heaven and earth. It was as if this fist could destroy everything. This was the power of the extreme Tao. It directly resisted the killing power of the heavenly demon fourth sound and blocked the power of the heavenly demon fourth sound. At the same time, the attacks of the supreme demon spider and the dragon head demon were blocked by the killing power of the heavenly demon fourth sound. The dragon head demon's demonic spear was fixed in the void. It constantly vibrated and released tyrannical demonic power. The demon web of the supreme demon spider was also blocked by the killing power of the sound and couldn't envelop it. The mysterious middle-aged man was impressive to be able to block the attacks of three great stone demons by himself. However, he had already overdrawn his life force and was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He knew that if he continued, he would die, but he couldn't stop, because if he stopped, he would die immediately. Haha, that guy is dead for sure. Yu Cheung saw this scene from afar and almost jumped in joy. Just now, he was slapped by the mysterious middle-aged man so loudly that his face was crooked. Now that he saw that the mysterious middle-aged man was about to die, he was naturally the happiest person. That's not for sure. Peng Shi's voice came from beside Yu Cheung. What? Yu Cheung turned around and looked at Peng Shi. He was very confused. That guy was clearly about to die. Could it be that he could fly away? The mysterious middle-aged man was in a very dangerous situation. He could die at any time. This was something that everyone could see. However, the mysterious middle-aged man was still bitterly holding on. Even the magic flute of 8 sounds was stained with a lot of demon blood. The demon blood actually seeped into the flute. Then, an even more powerful demonic power erupted from the magic flute of 8 sounds. The Chaos Demon Ape and the others were immediately forced to retreat. What? Seeing this, Yu Cheung couldn't be happy. Chapter 34-36. Gu Fei and the mysterious skeleton that came out from the depths of the Tying desolate region fought. Wherever the 2 experts passed by, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was like the end of the world. Everyone was shocked to the extreme when they saw this. However, the person who was most shocked was still Gu Fei, because the mysterious skeleton could actually fight him in close combat without being at a disadvantage. He had rarely encountered such an opponent. "Hand of heaven covering!" Gu Fei shouted and directly used this martial arts technique. Endless chaotic force condensed on his right hand, and then he struck out with his palm. Rumble! A huge hand of chaos immediately rushed out from his hand. It instantly enlarged and enveloped the area. Of course, it also enveloped the mysterious skeleton. The mysterious skeleton was also different from when it came out from the depths of the Tyene desolate region at this time. A ball of soul light that was 10 times more resplendent than the divine sun appeared in its skull. At this time, the soul light within the mysterious skeleton's skull suddenly flourished. Then, a black shadow rushed out from the mysterious skeleton's body and turned into a demonic shadow. It rushed towards the giant hand that covered the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the hand that Gu Fei had struck out collided with the demonic shadow that rushed out from the mysterious skeleton. The huge hand and the mysterious demonic shadow dissipated at the same time, turning into 2 entangled forces that collided and destroyed each other. The vast energy waves directly shattered the surrounding void. The energy waves that descended from the sky directly caused the ground to sink by dozens of meters. These 2 guys, at this time, an old man came to the nearby area and saw Gu Fei fighting with the mysterious skeleton. This old man was the East Pole Elder. The East Pole Elder stared at the mysterious skeleton that Gu Fei was fighting with and frowned. The demonic aura on the skeleton seemed familiar. Could it be? The East Pole Elder suddenly thought of a possibility and could not help but be shocked. It was no secret that there were demonic creatures in the Tyene desolate region. All the cultivation forces in the East continent were very clear about this. However, no one knew where these demonic creatures came from. How was the Tyene desolate domain formed? Currently, the mainstream view of the cultivation world in the East continent was that Supreme Tyene had fallen here, so it had turned into a dead zone. However, why did Supreme Tyene die here? No one knew about this. Perhaps it had something to do with the legendary Sound Demon Sovereign. If the Great Een Sovereign and the Sound Demon Sovereign met, it was unknown who would emerge victorious. Perhaps the Great Een Sovereign wasn't the only one who perished here. Perhaps there were other Devil Path Sovereigns as well. This was exactly what the East Pole Elder was worried about. Kill! Gu Fei let out a furious roar, and his figure instantly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, when he reappeared, he was already above the mysterious skeleton's head. Then he stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed at the skull. The mysterious skull lowered its head, causing Gu Fei's grab to miss. Although this move failed, Gu Fei also changed his move. He directly collided with the mysterious skeleton, sending it flying. Whoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly appeared above the mysterious skeleton. Then he stomped down on the skeleton below, causing violent power to erupt from his foot. This was the first step of the 8 steps, 8 killing force of the 8 desolation steps. There was no doubt about the might of the 8 desolation steps. Even with Gu Fei's current cultivation base, it was still difficult for him to display the true might of the 8 desolation steps. Boom! As soon as Gu Fei's foot landed, the entire void beneath his feet immediately exploded. A terrifying destructive power instantly enveloped the mysterious skeleton. However, Gu Fei had originally thought that the mysterious skeleton was finished. Unexpectedly, the mysterious skeleton had actually broken through Gu Fei's sealing power and escaped. What? Upon seeing this, Gu Fei was shocked. He immediately used the 8 desolation steps and chased after it in an instant. The 2 silhouettes were extremely fast. In an instant, they were far away. Wherever they passed, the earth and sky shook. Everything was destroyed and destroyed. These 2 great experts were simply 2 ultimate gods of destruction. Where do you think you're going? Gu Fei directly displayed the 9 heaven punishing swords. 9 immortal sword lights immediately rushed out of his body and pierced through the mysterious skeleton in front of him. A gust of cold sword chi immediately filled the air. Under the impact of the sword chi, the surrounding temperature rapidly dropped. However, what shocked Gu Fei was that the mysterious skeleton did not dodge. It let the sword lights slash its body. Clanging sounds could be heard. The immortal sword lights pierced the mysterious skeleton's bone body and directly sent the sword lights flying. "How dare you! Eat my fist!" When Gu Fei saw the sword light being repelled by the opponent, he immediately rushed forward and punched the mysterious skeleton. Violent fist energy erupted, and the mysterious skeleton was sent flying in an instant. The mysterious skeleton had not yet climbed up from the ground. It turned around and spat a mouthful of demonic fire at Gu Fei. The mysterious skeleton's demonic fire instantly enveloped the entire void. The pitch-black demonic fire burned the void and continued to annihilate the void. Then the mysterious skeleton took advantage of the fact that Gu Fei was trapped in the demonic fire to directly retreat and walk into the central area of this area. Buzz! At this moment, the shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared in the demonic fire. Then, the surrounding demonic fire immediately gathered towards the shadow of the ancient cauldron. In just a few breaths, the mysterious skeleton's demonic fire was taken away by the ancient cauldron. It runs so fast! Gu Fei found that he could no longer sense the mysterious skeleton's aura, which made him very surprised. Just as Gu Fei chased the mysterious skeleton away, a huge tremor was heard. The entire void and the entire ground were shaking. Then, a towering ancient tree rushed out from the depths of the earth. It turned into a divine light and was about to jump. However, at this moment, a huge net fell from the sky and shrouded the ancient tree. At the same time, Gu Fei also rushed over from afar and appeared nearby in an instant. He did not hesitate and immediately rushed up to subdue the Tree of Immortality. The Tree of Immortality was very cunning. After failing to escape from the sky, it swooped down from the sky and pounced at the Tree of Immortality. Chapter 34-37. The Immortal God Tree was a wood elemental living being, so its forte was probably the earth escape technique. Once the Immortal God Tree burrowed into the ground, it would definitely not be easy to catch it again. Buzz! Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and an ancient cauldron appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the ancient cauldron in his hand emitted a powerful sealing force that shocked the heavens. In the next moment, the entire void was completely suppressed by the sealing force. Even the chaos demonic ape and the other demonic devils were frozen as if someone had cast a spell on them. They could not move at all, not even a finger. Only their eyes could move. Only two great formations were still in operation. The Golden Crow clan's defensive great formation had cracks, which was why the Immortal God Tree had panicked and escaped through the cracks, trying to escape. The Immortal God Tree could exist eternally in the world and was almost indestructible. However, the heavens were fair. The Immortal God Tree had an almost indestructible life, but it could not cultivate earth-shattering theurgy. Although this Immortal God Tree could not cultivate any earth-shattering mystic arts, its ability to escape was not weak. Of course, by the time Gu Fei took out the mountain and river cauldron and froze the void, the Immortal God Tree had already escaped into the depths of the earth. Following the earth vein, it escaped to God knows where. How dare you! I was still half a step too late. Gu Fei was furious. The power of the mountain and river cauldron could seal the void, but it was still too slow. The Immortal God Tree had escaped, and it would be even more difficult to catch it in the future. Damn it, go to hell! Gu Fei was enraged. The consequences would be dire. The mountain and river cauldron in his hand emitted a humming sound as a powerful, primordial chaos energy erupted from it. In the next moment, the demonic creatures that were frozen in place exploded, turning into clouds of black fog. Their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. At the same time, the chaos demonic ape and the others were shocked to find that they could move again. When they saw the clouds of blood that exploded, they were shocked again. The name of the Golden Crow clan can now be erased. Gu Fei was filled with murderous intent. He held the mountain and river cauldron in his hand and directly came to the top of the valley where the golden crows were. Kill! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei activated the mountain and river cauldron with all his might. With a furious roar, the mountain and river cauldron in his hand released rays of primordial chaos divine light. The countless ancient beasts on the body of the mountain and river cauldron seemed to have come to life, emitting an extremely violent aura. Gu Fei smashed the mountain and river cauldron in his hand into the valley below. When Gu Fei made his move, two figures rushed out of the chaos divine flame formation and retreated far away. They were Tsang Ke and the demon god. Tsang Ke immediately waved his hand, causing the 18 formation flags that were scattered around the valley to rise from the ground and fly towards him, landing in his hands. The chaos divine flame formation that shrouded the entire valley was removed by Tsang, Quebec. At that moment, the mountain and river cauldron fell from the sky like a meteorite and fiercely smashed onto the Golden Crow clan's protective formation. Boom! With an earth-shattering bang, the mountain and river cauldron finally smashed a big hole in the protective formation that already had cracks on it. The mountain and river cauldron did not stop after smashing the Golden Crow clan's protective formation. Instead, it continued to smash into the valley. With another loud bang, the mountain and river cauldron directly smashed onto the ground. In the next moment, the entire ground directly collapsed and collapsed. Everything on the ground was shattered into dust by the mighty primordial chaos force of the mountain and river cauldron the moment the mountain and river cauldron smashed onto the ground. As the primordial chaos force erupted from the mountain and river cauldron, everything in the valley was obliterated. The spiritual land was directly destroyed. The pavilions in the valley, the bridges, the flowing water, and the spiritual spring with spiritual liquid were all turned into nothingness the moment the mountain and river cauldron smashed down. Countless clansmen of the Golden Crow clan were directly smashed into a mist of blood, their bodies and souls destroyed. This, looking at the furious Gu Fei, Tsang Ke, and the demon god were extremely shocked. They had never expected Gu Fei to destroy a spiritual land. One should know that it was not easy to find a spiritual land in the Taiyuan desperate domain. There were only a few spiritual lands in the entire Taiyuan desperate domain. It was such a pity to destroy it just like that. Yu Qiong was extremely pained to see the scene. You could have given me the spiritual land if you didn't want it. Destroying it just like that is such a waste of God's resources. You will be punished by God. Of course, to Gu Fei, even the punishment of God could not do anything to him. Rumble, the whole valley directly collapsed. As endless soil sank, the spiritual land completely disappeared from the earth, becoming a thing of the past. All that was left was a big pit. The spiritual energy gathered by the spiritual stones was not small. The mountain and river cauldron emitted a powerful devouring power, completely devouring the huge amount of spiritual energy released by the collapse of the valley. At this time, everyone was watching the scene of destruction and did not speak for a long time. Is the Golden Crow clan really finished just like that? Many cultivators could not believe it, but the truth spoke louder than words. The stronghold of the Golden Crow clan in the Taiyuan desperate domain had been uprooted by Gu Fei. Of course, no one could be sure that all the clansmen of the Golden Crow clan were dead. Whoosh! After Gu Fei took back the mountain and river cauldron, he immediately stepped into the depths of the Taiyuan desperate domain. Soon, there was a strong energy fluctuation in the depths of the Taiyuan desperate domain. About half an hour later, Gu Fei walked out from the depths of the Taiyuan desperate domain. His clothes were tattered and his face was covered with dirt. He had failed to kill those old guys in the depths of the Taiyuan desperate domain. Let's go. Gu Fei directly ordered everyone, and then he crushed a jade talisman. When the jade talisman was broken, a power sealed in the jade talisman was released and instantly enveloped him. The next moment, with a flash of divine light, Gu Fei disappeared in the void without any sign. Song Ke and the others quickly crushed the jade talismans in their hands. With the power of the jade talismans, they all returned to the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. Gu Fei did not leave immediately. He stayed with the chaotic Golden Rock clan. He had not given up yet. He wanted to capture the Tree of Immortality. However, they had already alerted the enemy in the Taiyin desperate domain. The Tree of Immortality would not appear in a short period of time. Gu Fei had sent countless cultivators to search for the Tree of Immortality, but in the end it was all in vain. They had been busy for a long time in vain. During this period of time, with Gu Fei guarding the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan, no one dared to attack the chaotic Golden Rock clan. The three major forces were extremely powerful, but they were no match for Gu Fei. They were taught a lesson by Gu Fei and did not have any temper. Unknowingly, a year had passed. Gu Fei was cultivating in the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. The spiritual qi in the ancestral vein of earth was undoubtedly the purest. Gu Fei went straight into the ancestral vein of earth and sat down at the place with the densest spiritual qi. He circulated his mystic art and began cultivating. Cultivating in the ancestral vein of earth was many times better than cultivating in the outside world. Meanwhile, Song Ke and the others were not idling around. They were expanding their territory. The Black Snake clan, the Heaven God clan, and the Earth Spirit clan were no match for them. The Earth Spirit clan was the most pitiful among the three clans. Even their primogenitor was sealed in the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei. The chaotic Golden Rock clan was definitely the overlord of the eastern continent. The other three clans could no longer pose any threat to the chaotic Golden Rock clan. Gu Fei cultivated in the depths of the ancestral vein of earth in peace. Meanwhile, on the ancestral star of the Crepe Myrtle clan in the human realm, the Ji clan's dominance was about to be broken, as the Ji clan was experiencing internal strife. Empress Ji's ruling position was threatened because Ji Chongkong had returned. Not many people knew the truth of what happened in the past. Ji Chongkong was plotted against by Empress Ji, causing him to be lost in the primal chaos world for 10,000 years. How could Ji Chongkong not take revenge? And the one who was with Ji Chongkong was He Tian, who loved to see the world in chaos. Although Empress Ji was an extremely intelligent person, she was also plotted against by He Tian, causing her to reveal what happened in the past. The entire Ji clan was shocked. Empress Ji was successfully pulled down from the position of clan leader by Ji Chongkong and He Tian. Furthermore, Ji Chongkong and He Tian had even released a terrifying, ferocious demon. Wherever that ferocious demon passed, blood would flow like a river. It was as if the place had turned into hell, causing one's heart to palpitate. The demon became stronger and stronger. It even destroyed many forces. Even one of the Ji clan's spiritual lands was attacked. It was almost invaded by the peerless demoness. At this time, the Ji clan had already been divided into two camps. One camp was led by Ji Chongkong, and the other was led by Empress Ji. The Ji clan encountered great changes, but they did not have the time to deal with the demon that was wreaking havoc in the ancestral star of the Crepe Myrtle clan. Of course, the Ji clan did not care about the demon, but it did not mean that the other forces would let her wreak havoc in the world. Therefore, the Yun clan and the other powerful cultivation clans sent experts to encircle the demon. However, encircling the demon was an extremely dangerous matter. The Yun clan's great elder personally fought against the demon at the soaring cloud ridge. This battle shook the world, and the Yun clan's great elder was killed by the demon. The Ziwei Yun clan had lost an expert, and not an ordinary one at that. After the news of the Yun clan's great elder's death spread, the entire ancestral star of the Crepe Myrtle clan was shocked. Chapter 34-38. The ancient path of the human race was a path of cultivation, but it was fraught with danger. Only by surviving could one become strong. Guling had brought her junior brothers, disciples, and martial nephews onto the ancient path. Although the path was extremely dangerous, they did not regret it. At that moment, Guling and the others stopped in front of an impregnable pass. This pass had been in ruins for a long time. The walls were thousands of meters tall, and there were huge cracks all over them. Some places had even been blasted into huge craters. "Master, that is—" Yen-Er suddenly pointed to a place and exclaimed. Guling looked in the direction that Yen-Er was pointing at and saw that a part of the wall had caved in, forming a large pit. In the center of the pit, there was a broken arrow stuck in. That is, when Guling saw this, she couldn't help but be startled. Looking closely, she saw that the arrow in the hole was rusted and almost rotten. It seemed that someone had attacked this pass countless years ago. The arrow had struck the wall, creating a large hole. She could still sense a faintly discernible, fiendish aura from the broken arrow. How powerful! Guling was moved. The person who had shot this arrow had to be extremely powerful. He was probably on par with her father, Gu Fei. "Senior sister, why do I have a bad feeling about this?" Zhao Hao said uneasily as he looked at the open city gates. The open city gate was pitch black, like a gaping mouth that could swallow any living creature that approached the city gate at any time. Along the way, Zhao Hao had experienced countless battles, and he had gradually matured. His still, somewhat immature face was now filled with unswerving determination. Whether it was Zhao Hao, Yen-Er, or Menglong, their cultivation bases and temperaments had all been tempered, and their cultivation bases had been greatly improved. "Master, should we take a detour or go in?" Yen-Er, who usually liked to bicker with Zhao Hao, did not try to cause trouble for him. "Why are we on the ancient path?" Guling asked earnestly as she looked at the impregnable pass in front of them. "Master, we know what to do." Yen-Er nodded and walked forward. Zhao Hao hurriedly followed. A powerful aura surged from his body, and streams of earth elemental essence circled around him. A mighty pressure spread from his body. "Senior uncle, we'd better be careful. It would be bad if those bastards from the Dongfang family ambushed us inside." Menglong stood beside Guling and watched as Zhao Hao and Yen-Er walked toward the city gates. Compared to when Menglong had first stepped onto the ancient road of the human race, his aura had undergone a fundamental change. A murderous aura lingered around his body. Menglong had gone through countless life and death battles, so he was able to form such a murderous aura. Menglong's appearance had also changed. He now had a full beard and a scar on the left side of his face. It was also because of this scar that he looked rough and ferocious. He was Gu Zhong's disciple, Gu Fei's grand disciple, so Guling was naturally his martial uncle. "Then go in and take a look." Guling said to Menglong, "Me again." Menglong's head immediately drooped when he heard Guling's words. It seemed that he had been leading the charge ever since he stepped onto the ancient road of the human race. "If it's not you, then it's me. Hurry up and go." Guling reached out and grabbed Menglong, then threw him toward the city gates. "Don't, martial uncle." Menglong screamed as he flew over Zhao Hao and Yen-Er's heads. He flew through the open city gates and landed on his back with a loud bang. Zhao Hao and Yen-Er stopped in place, smiling as they looked at Menglong lying on the ground. They were used to seeing things like this and weren't surprised at all. At this time, Menglong hurriedly climbed up from the ground and looked around. He saw that the surroundings were gloomy and seemed to be shrouded in mist. Inside the city gate was a wide bluestone road paved with thick bluestone. There were houses on both sides of the bluestone road. These houses were all built with hard stones, but most of the doors and windows of the houses were missing. Whoosh! A cold wind blew across the bluestone road, causing Menglong to shiver uncontrollably. "Martial uncle, it seems to be safe inside." Menglong called out to Guling outside the city gates. "Very well, then we're coming in," Guling said as she led Zhao Hao and Yen-Er into the city. just as Gu Ling and the others entered the impregnable pass. A dozen figures were gathered in a valley 1,000 miles away from the impregnable pass. They seemed to be waiting for something. Soon, a black figure descended from the sky and landed on a boulder in the valley. "Elder Chu is here. Let's begin." A white-haired old man walked out. "This time, let's see where that little demon girl Galeen can escape to," the black-robed man on the boulder said coldly. The black-clothed man on the boulder said coldly. This was a black-clothed old man. This old man had a pair of small eyes. His eye sockets were deep, and his gaze was sharp and vicious. At this moment, Gu Fei had no idea that someone was plotting against his daughter. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't be able to help Gulin solve the problem. Ancestral God World, Eastern Continent, Primal Chaos Golden Rock Races, Ancestral Land. Deep within the ancestral vein, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a large boulder as he breathed in and out the dense earth essence energy around him. He wanted to use the endless earth essence energy in the ancestral vein to refine his martial body. He wanted to refine his martial body to the highest level possible in the quasi-supremacy realm. The transformation of the martial body required a nirvana, from the inside to the outside. Only then could the martial body reach the great perfection realm. While Gu Fei was in seclusion, Song Ke and the others were not idling around. The 5 great regions of the ancestral god realm were in turmoil, and no one knew when the 3 great forces of the central continent would attack. At this time, the great forces of the East Continent were following the lead of the Chaos Golden Rock race. Compared to the other great regions, the East Continent had returned to peace after the baptism of chaos. The great forces of the East Continent had their own concerns, so they couldn't fight for the time being. However, the internal strife between the 3 great forces of the ancestral god realm's central continent would definitely affect the other 4 great regions. This was an undeniable fact. Song Ke didn't want the East Continent to fall into turmoil again. However, the thing that Song Ke didn't want to see the most happened. One morning, a cultivator came to the Chaos Golden Rock Races Ancestral Land. Chapter 30-439. Everyone in the Chaos Golden Rock clan was nervous that someone from the central continent had come to the ancestral god realm. After all, it was not a good thing for someone from the central continent to come. The Skyfire clan, one of the 3 superpowers of the central continent, had a grudge with Gu Fei. On that day, Gu Fei had barged into the depths of the Skyfire clan's ancestral land and chased away Absolute Fire Ancestor. Absolute Fire Ancestor was the ancestral god's heart. If he escaped, he would definitely become a huge problem for Gu Fei and the Chaos Golden Rock clan in the future. Even Gu Fei was afraid of the mysterious expert who had appeared in the depths of the Skyfire clan's ancestral land and did not want to offend him. This time, the cultivator from the East Continent was from the Pang clan. The Pang clan sent an emissary to the Chaos Golden Rock clan, hoping to form an alliance with them against the Skyfire clan. Song Ke personally received the emissary from the Pang clan. After learning the emissary's intention, he did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he asked someone to take the emissary away and arrange a place for him to stay. One should know that the ancestral god realm was very deep and one could drown if one was not careful. Even someone as strong as Song Ke had to be careful and advance step by step. Otherwise, he might not even know how he died. Just after the emissary from the Pang clan left, another emissary from the central continent came to visit. This gave Song Ke a bad feeling. He was afraid that the ancestral god realm would really be in chaos. The superpowers of the central continent had begun to rope in forces from other regions. Song Ke was very clear that if he did not form an alliance with the Pang clan, he would become their enemy. However, if he did, he would become enemies with the other 2 superpowers. This was a huge headache. Song Ke did not want to be involved in this turmoil, but there seemed to be no way for him to stay out of it. The Chaos Golden Rock clan appeared to be very powerful on the surface, but Song Ke knew that it was all because of Gu Fei's support. Otherwise, he would not be able to deal with the superpowers of the East Continent, let alone the superpowers of the central continent. Song Ke received another emissary from the central continent in the ancestral hall. It was a middle-aged man from the Fire Clan who was surrounded by fiery chi. This was the emissary of the Skyfire Clan. There was no suspense. The emissary of the Skyfire Clan had come to the East Continent to rope in Tsang, Quebec. He wanted to form an alliance with Song Ke, a newly risen expert. However, Song Ke still didn't agree. Of course, he didn't refuse either. He sent someone to lead the Heavenly Fire Clan's emissary away to rest while he pondered. Sure enough, there were no eternal enemies and no eternal friends. Song Ke sighed. Back then, he and Gu Fei had invaded the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire Clan and completely offended them. But now, the Heavenly Fire Clan still sent an emissary to recruit him. This was a rule that all the major forces abided by, a rule that placed benefits above all else. As long as it was beneficial to them, even enemies could become friends. Of course, there are countless examples of friends, or even brothers, becoming enemies. All of this was the result of being driven by benefits. Among the three superpowers of the central continent, only the Kanglin clan did not send an envoy to the East Continent. The Kanglin clan was originally a clan with a transcendent status. They kept a low profile and were not ostentatious. Even if the ancestral god realm was in turmoil, this clan would probably not come out. Therefore, among the three superpowers of the central continent, only the Pang clan and the Heavenly Fire clan were competing. What should I do? Song Ke sat on the throne in the middle of the ancestral hall and pondered for a long time. However, he couldn't think of a way to preserve his strength. He didn't want to offend either the Heavenly Fire clan or the Pang clan, because offending either of them wouldn't be a good thing for the entire chaotic Golden Rock clan. Old ancestor, why don't you ask that person to come out and block us? Pan Shi, who was standing to the side, said when he saw Song Ke's troubled expression. What? Song Ke's eyes lit up when he heard this. That's right. If that person were to come out, all the problems would be solved. Especially that person who had a grudge against the Heavenly Fire clan and had fallen out with the Pang clan. If he were to come out, both the Heavenly Fire clan and the Pang clan would have some misgivings. But Song Ke was in a dilemma because that person was cultivating in seclusion in the depths of the ancestral earth vein. He had instructed that unless it was absolutely necessary, he shouldn't be disturbed. Old ancestor, there's no need to worry. We only need to mention that person's name. As for what he thinks, it's not something we can control. Peng Shi said, Not bad. That's a good idea. Haha. Song Ke burst into laughter when he heard this. The next day, Song Ke summoned the two great emissaries and said that he wouldn't form an alliance with anyone and would remain neutral. This was Gu Fei's intention. The two great emissaries naturally returned disappointed. In fact, if it was Song Ke himself, he wouldn't be qualified for the Pang clan and the Heavenly Fire clan to send emissaries to rope him in. The person that the two superpowers wanted to rope in was actually Gu Fei, who was behind Song, Quebec. He was the key. Unfortunately, Song Ke rejected them in the name of Gu Fei. Of course, the two superpowers wouldn't let it go so easily. In fact, this also meant that the Pang clan and the Heavenly Fire clan were about to go to war. Once the war started, the entire ancestral god realm would be plunged into the flames of war, and countless lives would be lost. At this time, Song Ke couldn't care less. Just when the ancestral god realm was about to fall into chaos, in the human realm's ancestral Myrtle Star, an upheaval was happening. A peerless demoness appeared out of nowhere, causing all the cultivators in the ancestral Myrtle Star to feel insecure. At this time, the Ji clan, which was originally the ruler of the ancestral Myrtle Star, fell into a split. The war between Ji Chongkong and Empress Ji was on the verge of breaking out. In the Ji clan, the people who supported Ji Chongkong were much fewer than those who supported Empress Ji. However, those who supported Ji Chongkong were the experts among the experts. Ji Chongkong wanted to take back what originally belonged to him. On the other hand, Empress Ji wanted to protect her position as the patriarch. She didn't want to step down from the throne like this. Her desire for power was greater than anything else. Most importantly, Ji Changkong had He Tian's help. Even if he wanted to suffer a loss, it would be difficult. The chaos in the ancestral Myrtle Star had already appeared, and the human realm would also be in chaos. An unprecedented upheaval was about to happen. This was a storm that would engulf all the great worlds. No one could remain unscathed. Everyone would be affected. At that time, even Gu Fei wouldn't be able to protect himself, let alone the others. Chapter 3440. Whether it was the ancestral God realm or the human realm, all of them were surging in the dark, as if there was an invisible hand pushing everything forward. When the time comes, no one would be able to stay out of it. Perhaps the darkest era of the various realms was about to arrive. In the dark era of turmoil, only the strong could survive. However, relatively speaking, only the strong were the easiest to fall. Gu Fei had long felt that this day would come sooner or later, so he had been preparing for it. Whether it was the chaos demonic realm, the ancestral god realm, the human realm, the heaven realm, or the desolate world, he had established forces in all of them. He was playing chess with the world as his chessboard, playing against the mysterious hand in the dark. Of course, he was well aware of his situation. He was definitely at a disadvantage. At this time, Gu Fei was deep under the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock clan. In the Earth ancestral vein, he was circulating a mysterious art and absorbing the vast Earth essence around him. His martial body had yet to transform to its strongest state. Even in the quasi-supreme realm, his martial body could still advance to the next level. Of course, to transform his martial body to its strongest state in the quasi-supreme realm, he had to break through the limit and transform his martial body again. Gu Fei sat on the boulder for more than 10 days, motionless. Not even his eyelids twitched, but the sound of wind and thunder gradually came from his body. Rumble! Rays of primal chaos divine light rushed out of his body and revolved around him. A powerful, quasi-supreme being aura erupted from his body. 9 primal chaos Tao patterns appeared on his body, emitting an immortal divine light. As time passed, Gu Fei's martial body gradually changed. His martial body seemed to become transparent, and countless glowing meridians appeared on his body. At this time, an ancient cauldron rushed out of Gu Fei's body without warning and floated above Gu Fei's head. Then, rays of primordial chaos Qi fell from the ancient cauldron and enveloped Gu Fei. Above the ancient cauldron, the divine sound of the Great Path faintly came out. When the sound of the Great Path entered his ears, it made Gu Fei feel enlightened. Many things that he couldn't understand before were now clear. He tried to guide the primal chaos essence, Qi, into his body. This was a type of essence Qi that was even more advanced than the primal chaos Qi. If he could cultivate the primal chaos martial body, then the strength of Gu Fei's martial body would soar to a level that would make his heart palpitate. However, the moment the primordial chaos essence entered his body, Gu Fei felt as if the countless meridians in his body had been torn apart. His entire body was in pain. The primal chaos essence energy was like molten iron as it directly entered Gu Fei's meridians. Wherever it passed, his meridians would be damaged. However, Gu Fei's martial body had an amazing regenerative ability. After his meridians were damaged, they could immediately be repaired. The repaired meridians would become even stronger and more tenacious. Gu Fei used the primordial chaos essence, Qi of the mountain and river cauldron, to temper his martial body. No one could imagine the pain he had to go through during this process. Roar! Very soon, Gu Fei roared in pain. His face also became ferocious. His clothes instantly turned into dust, revealing his strong upper body. No matter how painful it was, he had to endure it. As long as he could endure it, the strength of Gu Fei's martial body would increase by a large amount. It was equivalent to experiencing a nirvana. However, The primordial chaos essence qi that fell from the mountain and river cauldron was too overbearing. It must be known that this was the ancestor qi of the world. Bang! One of Gu Fei's meridians exploded, directly blasting a bloody hole in his body. Following this, a series of chaotic sounds were heard as Gu Fei's body exploded with bloody holes one after another. He was still breathing in and out the primordial chaos essence qi, bitterly holding on. His upper body was covered in blood, and blood was seeping out of the terrifying bloody holes. Rumble! The primordial chaos essence qi continued to circulate in Gu Fei's body. There seemed to be small snakes slithering under his skin. This was a strange phenomenon that occurred when the primordial chaos essence qi flowed through Gu Fei's meridians. As the primordial chaos essence qi in Gu Fei's body increased, his martial body found it hard to bear. Cracks appeared on his martial body as if it would collapse at any moment. What a domineering primordial chaos essence qi! Gu Fei had to admit that the primordial chaos essence qi was the most difficult essence qi to refine in the world. However, once it was refined, it would be a good thing for everyone. Another 6 hours passed. Gu Fei finally could not hold on any longer. The primordial chaos essence qi in his body lost control, and his martial body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Gu Fei cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal way. Even if his body was smashed to pieces, he would not die. Then, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal way, the power of the ascension secret technique, enveloped the floating bloody mist in the void. The bloody mist surged, and a figure quickly appeared from within it. After a while, the bloody mist disappeared, and Gu Fei's figure appeared on the boulder again. He was probably the only one in the entire cultivation world who dared to do such a thing. He would shatter his martial body into a bloody mist and then reconstruct it. The reconstructed martial body had more or less been refined with some primordial chaos essence qi. After reconstructing his martial body, Gu Fei frantically devoured the primordial chaos essence qi again. Soon, his martial body exploded due to the primordial chaos essence qi. However, Gu Fei quickly reconstructed his martial body and appeared on the boulder again. At that moment, the power of the mountain and river cauldron hovering above Gu Fei's head enveloped the void. With the mountain and river cauldron around, no one would dare to sneak up on him. The aura emanating from the mountain and river cauldron was shocking enough. Even existences stronger than quasi-supreme beings would not dare to approach the mountain and river cauldron's aura. Gu Fei's martial body was constantly being blasted by the primordial chaos essence qi. Then, the primordial chaos essence qi was continuously being refined into the primordial chaos essence qi. Through this extreme method, Gu Fei's martial body was gradually being refined with the primordial chaos essence qi. The primordial chaos essence qi in his body was also transforming into the primordial chaos essence qi. The process was slow, but it was indeed happening. Gu Fei was completely focused on cultivating in the ancestral earth vein. He seemed to have forgotten about everything, even his own existence. After an unknown period of time, Gu Fei finally stopped cultivating. A mass of primordial chaos divine light enveloped him, and primordial chaos essence, qi, circled around his muscular upper body. His entire aura had changed. It had become much more restrained, giving people a feeling that he had returned to his natural state. Gu Fei stood up from the boulder. He directly punched forward. The void in front of his fist actually produced ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. I haven't even exerted much strength, but I can already move the void. Gu Fei looked at his own fist in shock. Due to his excitement, his voice was trembling. He did not successfully cultivate the primordial chaos martial body. He could only refine the primordial chaos essence, qi, into his body. Of course, under the nourishment of the primordial chaos essence qi, his blood flesh, tendons, and bones were in the process of transforming into the primordial chaos martial body. Even so, the battle strength of his martial body had increased by quite a bit. Gu Fei was confident that as long as he did not encounter those super abnormal fellows, it would be hard for him to find a decent opponent in the entire ancestral god realm. Swoosh! Gu Fei did not hesitate. After he put away the mountain and river cauldron, he directly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, Gu Fei's figure appeared in the sky above the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. The moment he appeared, several figures immediately rushed over from afar and surrounded him. When everyone saw that it was Gu Fei, they couldn't help but be surprised and overjoyed. "Master, did you succeed?" Old ancestor Yu Qiong stared intently at Gu Fei, as if he wanted to see through Gu Fei's front, back, left, and right. With Yu Qiong's cultivation, he could naturally see through Gu Fei's actual situation at a glance. He keenly sensed that there was a fundamental change in the aura on Gu Fei's body. The primordial chaos essence Qi had replaced the primordial chaos Qi in Gu Fei's body. To Gu Fei, this change was to prepare for the martial body to undergo nirvana again. No. Gu Fei shook his head. It was easier said than done to transform the martial body again. But Song Ke had also arrived. When he saw Gu Fei, he was shocked. Gu Fei's body had actually undergone such an earth-shattering transformation. This was something that no one had expected. "Let's go back first," Song Ke said, and directly rushed to a palace below. It was the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral palace. Song Ke directly walked into the palace. Gu Fei and the others also flew down from the sky and walked into the palace. Song Ke was already standing next to the throne in the middle of the palace. He didn't sit on the throne because Gu Fei was the main character here. Gu Fei directly walked into the palace and sat on the throne. What happened recently? Gu Fei glanced at Song Ke and the demon god. At this moment, he realized that he had been in seclusion for half a year. When he was cultivating in the earth ancestral vein, he had forgotten the existence of time. Something big might happen in the central continent. Song Ke said after thinking for a while. Central continent? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. He knew that the waters of the central continent were deep because there were 3 super forces in the central continent. Each super force was filled with experts. Whether it was the Pang clan or the Heavenly Fire clan, they all wanted to destroy each other and unify the entire central continent. "You want to fight for supremacy?" Gu Fei glanced at Song Ke and said indifferently. The central continent was the largest among the 5 major continents of the ancestral god realm. It was also the richest continent with the highest number of humans. It could be said that it was a land of outstanding people. Whoever controlled the central continent was equivalent to controlling the ancestral god realm. With the central continent as the center, they could conquer everywhere. However, since ancient times, it seemed that no one could become the ruler of the central continent or even the entire ancestral god realm. If you and I join forces. Chapter 3441. Gu Fei came out of seclusion. He had successfully transformed the chaotic qi in his body into primordial chaos qi. From then on, his flesh and bones were constantly nourished by the primordial chaos qi and gradually transformed. Although he did not make any breakthroughs in his cultivation realm during the seclusion, he had successfully planted the seed of martial body transformation in his body. Gu Fei was well aware that breaking through to the extreme grade realm was easier said than done. Since ancient times, many talented people had been stuck in the quasi-supreme realm, unable to break through and take that step to become extreme grade supreme being. It was not enough to become extreme grade supreme being by immersing oneself in cultivation alone. Sometimes one had to rely on luck, opportunities, and fate. Such things could not be rushed. At this moment, Gu Fei was sitting on the throne in the Chaos Golden Rock clan's ancestral palace. Song Ke and the demon god stood beside the throne. while the important figures of the Chaos Golden Rock clan and the demonic experts that Gu Fei had brought with him stood below the throne. Yu Qiong was also among them. Yu Qiong was extremely depressed. One must know that he used to be the old ancestor of the Heavenly God clan and had a high status in the clan. But now he didn't even have a seat here. He had to stand here. Who asked him to be someone else's servant? As a miserable servant, he could only stand when his master was seated. Being a servant was the most undignified profession. You want to contend for hegemony. Gu Fei's voice echoed in the hall. Everyone in the hall tensed up, especially the important figures of the Chaos Golden Rock clan. Contend for hegemony? Yu Qiong was shocked to hear Gu Fei's words. Those two words were incredible. It's not impossible if we work together. Song Ke looked at Gu Fei solemnly and said, he was not joking. If Gu Fei was willing to take action, they could definitely compete with the three great forces of the Central Continent. Even if they could not dominate the ancestral god realm, they could at least dominate the East Continent. If you succeed, you'll become the overlord of the ancestral god realm. But it seems like I won't get any benefits at all. Do you think I'll do something that doesn't bring me any benefits? Gu Fei shook his head and said, how could there be no benefits? After this is done, you and I will jointly rule over the ancestral god realm. What do you think? Song Ke said seriously. Gu Fei didn't say anything, but the people in the hall were shocked after hearing Song Ke's words, especially the important figures of the Golden Rock race. They were bewildered. The old ancestor actually wanted to share the world with Gu Fei. It was easy to say that the world would be divided equally, but it wasn't the case when it was actually done. One should know that two tigers couldn't share a mountain. It was inevitable that there would be all sorts of conflicts between Gu Fei and Song. Quebec Song Ke knew that there would be many problems, but he still wanted to cooperate with Gu Fei. Since you want to go crazy, why don't I go crazy with you? Gu Fei pondered for a moment and made up his mind. This was the ancestral god realm, and he was just a passerby. He wouldn't mind even if there was an earthquake in the ancestral god realm. All right. Song Ke was overjoyed to see Gu Fei agree to it. As the saying goes, heroes are born in troubled times. The more turbulent the ancestral god realm was, the higher his chances of becoming the overlord of the ancestral god realm and unifying the ancestral god realm. Of course, given Song Ke's current strength, he wouldn't even be able to deal with the superpowers of the East Continent without Gu Fei's support, let alone head to the Central Continent to contend for hegemony. What are you guys still standing here for? Hurry up and get ready. Song Ke shouted at the chaotic Golden Rock race's leaders in the hall. Yes, old ancestor. The experts of the chaotic Golden Rock race, standing in the main hall, hurriedly accepted the order. Then they turned around and rushed out of the main hall to prepare. Song Ke wanted to contend for hegemony and become the overlord of the ancestral god realm. He was ambitious, but no one knew if he would succeed. The ancestral god realm was huge, and there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons. No one knew if there were any extreme Tao existences hiding in some corner of the ancestral god realm. The fire ape that was released to attack the Golden Crow race's ancestral land was a terrifying, extreme Tao existence. The old ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan that was sealed in the Mountain River Cauldron was also a peerless figure that was infinitely close to the extreme Tao. Unfortunately, he encountered an even more monstrous existence like Gu Fei, so he met a tragic end. There was another fellow who was as tragic as the Earth Spirit ancestor, and that was the giant spirit demon that was defeated by Gu Fei in the extreme Yin domain. At that moment, the hall became a little empty after the chaotic Golden Rock race's experts left. Only the three gargoyle demons, Yu Qiong, and the others were still standing there. Even the Golden Rock goddess, Peng Shi and Peng Jingtian had left. Song Ke wanted to contend for hegemony, which was definitely a big deal for the entire chaotic Golden Rock race. Once he succeeded, they would become the overlord of the ancestral god realm. Peng Jingtian, Yu Qiong, and Yu Qiong were especially aware of Gu Fei's background. To the ancestral god realm, Gu Fei was just a passerby who would leave sooner or later. By that time, wouldn't the entire ancestral god realm belong to the chaotic Golden Rock race? Of course, the chaotic Golden Rock race's wishful thinking was great. But who could predict the final outcome? Gu Fei naturally didn't need to prepare anything, but there was a place that he had to go to. Subsequently, Gu Fei left the chaotic Golden Rock race's ancestral land. This time, the 3 gargoyle demons and the venerable beast god did not follow him. They temporarily stayed in the chaotic Golden Rock race's ancestral land. Of course, Yu Qiong also stayed in the chaotic Golden Rock race's ancestral land. He had nothing to do and was the most idle person there. Gu Fei wanted to contend for hegemony with Tsang Quebec. This was an earth-shattering event. The entire East Continent's forces were extremely shocked when they heard the news. Soon, the other forces in the East Continent cursed Tsang Kei's 18 generations of ancestors. This fella actually wanted them to be cannon fodder and take the lead. Whether it was the Divine God clan, the Earth Spirit clan, or the Mysterious Snake clan, none of them were convinced. In their opinion, Tsang Kei was trying to weaken their strength. How could they afford to offend the super forces of the Central Continent? The Earth Spirit clan had no choice. Their old ancestor had been sealed by Gu Fei. If they disobeyed, their old ancestor would be sealed forever. However, the Divine God clan and the Mysterious Snake clan secretly contacted each other. The 2 powerful clans joined forces to contend against Gu Fei. In an instant, the entire East Continent's atmosphere became tense. Tsang Kei had just started preparing for the hegemony, but the East Continent was in turmoil again. Chapter 3442. After Gu Fei agreed to join forces with Tsang Kei to conquer the world, the entire East Continent was once again shrouded in a tense atmosphere. One had to know that the chaotic Golden Rock race wasn't the only race in the entire East Continent. Be it the deity tribe, the Earth Spirit tribe, or the Black Snake tribe, none of them were weak. The Earth Spirit tribe's old ancestor had been captured by Gu Fei, so the Earth Spirit tribe wouldn't dare to disobey Gu Fei's orders. However, the deity tribe and the Black Snake tribe didn't have such concerns. The interactions between the deity tribe and the Black Snake tribe were getting more and more frequent, which made Tsang Kei a little unhappy. He could sense something. Following Gu Fei's sudden departure, the deity tribe and the Black Snake tribe no longer had any concerns. On this dark and windy day, countless figures were standing in a valley 3,000 miles away from the chaotic Golden Rock race's ancestral land. These people stood quietly on the empty ground in the valley. No one said a word, and the entire valley was so quiet that one could even hear the sound of breathing. There were actually so many experts gathered in the valley. However, the aura of these experts did not spread out from the valley. The entire valley had been enveloped by a formation, and the inside of the valley seemed to have become a separate world. Even with Tsang Kei's cultivation, it was difficult for him to sense the countless experts gathered in an inconspicuous valley 3,000 miles away. These experts were all dressed in black, and their faces were covered with black cloth, revealing only a pair of sparkling eyes. Time passed, and the moon gradually climbed to the middle of the sky. Suddenly, 2 figures descended from the sky and landed on a huge rock in the valley. They were also dressed in black, and their faces were covered. However, their auras were much stronger than ordinary people's. They were definitely the leaders. "Let's begin," one of the tall and skinny black-clothed men on the boulder said indifferently. In the next moment, the countless experts standing in the valley flew into the sky and rushed out of the valley. At the same time, the 2 leading experts also flew into the sky. The moment the cultivators rushed out of the valley, Tsang Kei, the ancestor of the chaotic Golden Rock clan, who was 3,000 miles away, sensed that something was wrong. A distance of 3,000 miles was a distance that could be covered in an instant by a cultivator. Enemy attack! As powerful figures rushed over from afar, the experts of the chaotic Golden Rock clan, who were guarding the ancestral land, hurriedly activated the defensive formation. A light shield appeared in the void and enveloped the entire ancestors' land. However, at that moment, a beam of divine light descended from the sky and directly pierced through the light barrier that enveloped the ancestral land. This shocked the chaotic Golden Rock clan powerhouses. Then, the black-clothed men who were attacking from the outside directly rushed in through the broken hole, courting death. Meanwhile, Song K was enraged to the extreme. He charged over from afar and slammed his right palm towards the men in black who were attacking him. Roar! The few black-clothed men hurriedly circulated their xianqi, wanting to join forces to block Song K's furious attack. An extremely powerful wave of energy immediately exploded from the black-clothed men. Boom! Song K's fist smashed down, and the men in black were immediately sent flying. They crashed into a pile of rocks and could not stand up for a while. Song K was a little surprised. These fellows could actually block a punch from him. How was that possible? These fellows' cultivation bases weren't the strongest among them either. At that moment, many men in black rushed in through the hole in the sky. Good timing, haha! Song K laughed out loud as he spat out an extremely sharp sword light. The moment the sword light flashed past, the black-clothed men's movements immediately stopped. In the next moment, a bloody mark appeared on the neck of the mysterious men in black, and they fell to the ground. I'm going to start a massacre today, said Song Quebec. He had already guessed what was going to happen. He controlled the sword light, and the sword light flashed continuously. The men in black, who were sent flying by Song K, just now had their necks slit. Kill! Song K roared angrily and soared into the sky, charging towards the gap in the light barrier. Everywhere he passed, no one could withstand a single attack from him. In the blink of an eye, Song K rushed out of the ancestors' land with an invincible aura. This guy! At that moment, the monster god walked out of the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestors' land. He was shocked to see Song K's massacre. The 3 gargoyles also came out, but they were not in a hurry to attack. At that moment, outside the light shield, Song K was fighting with a masked man. The masked man's cultivation was also extremely strong. The 2 figures moved quickly in the void. Dense sounds of collisions were heard. The entire void was constantly collapsing, and pitch-black holes appeared one after another. At that moment, a large number of men in black rushed over. Song K and the others were immediately surrounded. How dare you invade my clan? I'll make sure you never return. Peng Jingtian roared. His white hair danced in the wind. He was like a peerless, ferocious beast as he pounced towards the group of cultivators in black. It was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Screams, and cries were heard. The cultivators in black were constantly blown away and died. On the other side, Peng Shi attacked as well. Countless feathers flew out from his wings, and every single feather shone with light. Next, they transformed into startling sword light, which shot towards the black-clad cultivator. As the sword light flashed, black figures fell from the sky one after another. The Golden Rock goddess did not show any weakness. She attacked continuously and killed many of the cultivators in black. Damn it! Someone roared. Then, an extremely powerful aura suddenly appeared in the distance and quickly approached them. In the next moment, a black figure directly attacked the Golden Rock goddess. What? Peng Shi and Peng Jingtian could not help but worry for the Golden Rock goddess. Bam! Boom! The 2 figures moved quickly in the sky and fought fiercely. It was not easy to determine the winner. At that moment, Peng Jingtian and Peng Shi also had opponents. These experts also covered their faces, obviously not wanting others to recognize them. Chapter 3443. Those with ulterior motives in the Eastern continent finally couldn't help but attack when Gu Fei left the chaotic Golden Rock tribe's ancestral land. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If Gu Fei was here, those people wouldn't stand a chance at all. But now that Gu Fei wasn't here, only Song Ke and the Divine Yao were left. It wasn't impossible for them to take down the chaotic Golden Rock tribe's ancestral land. At this moment, an extremely domineering figure rushed over from afar and fought with Tsang. Quebec boom! Bam! Heavy collisions were heard continuously. The two figures moved quickly, and the power of the divine way exploded. The void was torn apart and exploded. Chaotic aura was shot out. Who are you? Song Ke was extremely shocked. Where did this guy come from? How could he be so powerful? The combat strength displayed by this mysterious person was really shocking. He was able to fight Song Ke endlessly. The chaotic Golden Rock tribe powerhouses who witnessed this scene were inexplicably shocked. A sword chime came from Song Ke's body. Streaks of golden sword light rushed out from his body like quicksilver and pierced through the mysterious person. An extremely powerful wave of sword aura spread out from Song Ke's body. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly under the impact of the sword aura. The mysterious person sneered. He waved his hands in front of him, and a pitch-black vortex immediately appeared in front of him. The golden sword light that rushed out from Song Ke's body was swallowed by the black vortex. What? Song Ke was taken aback. This fella was actually able to break through his golden rock sword ray. At this moment, he only felt a devouring force surging out from the black whirlpool, pulling him forward uncontrollably. The mysterious person wanted to use the devouring force produced by the collapse of the void to devour Song Ke into the black vortex. Song Ke flew towards the black whirlpool involuntarily. He was actually swallowed by the black whirlpool. Everyone from the Chaos Golden Rock race turned pale with fright. Great Ancestor, the Golden Rock goddess expression, changed drastically. She was distracted and was immediately slapped on her left shoulder by her opponent. She was sent flying hundreds of feet away. A stream of blood seeped out from the corner of the Golden Rock goddess mouth. You dare to be distracted while fighting with me? You're courting death. A clear voice rang out, and the masked woman in black, who was fighting against the Golden Pung goddess, walked over. There were 9 rays of divine light circling her body, making her seem extremely holy. You! The goddess glared angrily at the mysterious woman who was approaching her. Then, she reached out to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth. A powerful killing intent emanated from her body. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. The black-clothed, masked woman laughed and slapped towards the goddess. A powerful force instantly erupted from the masked woman's palm and enveloped the goddess. The space enveloped by the power of the black-clothed, masked woman's palm trembled violently, and a series of pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. The Golden Rock goddess felt as if the void around her had solidified. The destructive power of the spatial collapse was heading towards her. You cowardly scoundrel! Do you dare to take off your mask and fight me fair and square? The Golden Rock goddess said disdainfully. At the same time, her body shook, and boundless metal elemental divine power immediately erupted from her body. A golden rock vaguely appeared in the golden light. The golden pung bird that had appeared on the Golden Pung goddess flapped its wings gently and blocked the destructive palm force from the Golden Pung goddess. The void around the Golden Rock goddess was being destroyed. A powerful divine power erupted from the Golden Rock, and the void was being destroyed continuously. Are you trying to provoke me? Your trick is useless against me, the masked woman laughed. The masked woman laughed heartily. She wouldn't expose her true identity just because of a few words from the other party. This time, the forces of the East Continent were very cautious when they attacked the chaotic Golden Rock tribe. They did not want to show their true faces because they were afraid of being recognized. After all, Song Ke was backed by Gu Fei. Once Gu Fei returned, he would definitely deal with everyone who had attacked the chaotic Golden Rock tribe today. Boom! At that moment, there was a loud noise. The black vortex that the mysterious person who was fighting with Song Ke had conjured exploded. A figure charged out from the exploding vortex and punched the mysterious person's chest. The mysterious person was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away. Boom! He crashed into a short mountain, causing rocks to fly and dust to billow. At the same time, the void around the Golden Rock goddess exploded. She slapped her palm and collided with the opponent's palm. The Golden Rock goddess and the masked woman were sent flying thousands of meters away at the same time. They were extremely shocked. At this moment, Song Ke, who had burst out of the black vortex, was like a shadow. In an instant, he was in front of the mysterious man. He opened his mouth and spat out an extremely sharp sword light that pierced towards the mysterious man. It was the Extreme Path sword weapon that he had refined all those years ago. A wave of Extreme Path sword way power immediately spread out from the sword light. Humph! You're not the only one with an extreme grade divine weapon, the mysterious person sneered. Then, a divine light rose from the back of his head and rushed forward. Within the divine light, extreme grade divine will was faintly discernible. In the next moment, the two divine weapons of the Extreme Path collided with each other. Terrifying Extreme Path power erupted, forming an energy storm that swept out. Everything in its path was destroyed. More than a dozen figures could not dodge in time and were directly turned into clouds of blood, missed by the mighty energy storm. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. They could not be more dead. Everyone turned pale with fright. They stopped what they were doing and fled into the distance in panic. At that moment, everyone stopped. The cultivators on the mysterious person's side retreated to one side, while the people of the chaotic Golden Rock clan retreated to the other side. The two camps were facing each other. Even the Golden Rock goddess, Peng Shi and Peng Jingtian retreated. At that moment, everyone was nervously watching the two strong cultivators who were fighting. After all, the result of this battle would be the result of the mysterious person's attack on the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. If Song Ke lost, then the ancestral land would be taken away. However, if Song Ke won, then everyone who came to attack the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan tonight would be completely annihilated. No one would be able to escape. Kill. Only his eyes were revealed. His eyes were red, and his murderous intent was shocking. It was as if he was about to fall into madness. He controlled his divine wheel and continuously collided with Song Ke's extreme grade sword weapon. Clanging sounds were heard. The extreme grade sword light cut through the void, but it could not break through the divine wheel. Swoosh! At that moment, under the full power of the mysterious person, the wheel of the divine path instantly turned into 9. Other than one of the 9 wheels of the divine path that blocked Song Ke's divine sword of the great path, the other 8 wheels of the divine path rose into the sky at the same time and spun towards Song Quebec. Song Ke was shocked, but he did not panic. With a thought, 9 divine patterns of the great path immediately rushed out from his body and instantly imprinted themselves in the void. A powerful force spread from the 9 divine patterns of the great path and actually froze the 8 divine wheels that were slashing towards him. When the mysterious man saw this, he was extremely shocked. Clang! At that moment, Song Ke's extreme grade divine sword suddenly exploded with an even more powerful force of swordsmanship. It actually shook off the divine sun that blocked the divine sword. Swoosh! With a flash of the sword light, the mysterious person's left arm fell off. Roar! The mysterious person's vision turned black from the pain, and he almost fainted. He forcefully endured the pain and directly retreated. Kill! Song Ke roared angrily. The 8 divine wheels that were frozen in the void by his extreme grade 9 seal's technique immediately collapsed. Countless divine lights, dissipated in the void. The mysterious person hurriedly waved his hand, and the remaining divine will immediately flew back to the sky above his head. It slowly rotated and released the power of the extreme grade. "Go to hell!" Song K roared angrily. His entire body was emitting golden light. In the next moment, he soared into the sky and became one with the sword. The most powerful force of the extreme grade sword was drawn out by him. The combat power displayed by becoming one with the sword was indeed shocking. The sword light instantly slashed in front of the mysterious person and penetrated his body at an extremely fast speed. "How dare you? I can't accept this." After saying this, the mysterious person turned into dust and dissipated in the void. A powerhouse of a generation had fallen just like that. What? All the masked powerhouses were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. "Run!" someone yelled. Then the masked cultivators immediately burst into an uproar and ran away in panic. "Don't let a single one of them go," Song K said with a murderous look as he looked at the fleeing masked cultivators. At that moment, he had already retreated from the state of becoming one with the sword. "Haha, these guys can't escape." The demon god laughed and made his move. With a wave of his right hand, a blood-red light immediately flew out from his hand and soared into the sky. It then flew towards the fleeing masked cultivators. Streaks of red light descended from the sky and directly nailed the fleeing cultivators. Each streak of red light was actually a blood-red divine needle. Those were the blood shadow divine needles, refined by the demon god. The cultivators who were pierced by the blood shadow divine needles only had one ending: death. Countless blood shadow needles fell, and the masked cultivators who were fleeing in all directions immediately fell to the ground. Chapter 3444. The forces of the East Continent joined forces and attacked the ancestral land of the chaotic Goldenrock clan while Gu Fei was away. In the beginning it was very smooth. They even broke through the Chaos Goldenrock race's defensive array and killed their way into the Chaos Goldenrock race's ancestral land. However, the situation changed when Song K and the others attacked. Song K recovered his cultivation very quickly. The combat power he displayed was beyond everyone's expectations. Therefore, those who wanted to kill Song K were out of luck. When the peerless expert who could fight endlessly with Song K was killed by Song K, the mysterious cultivators instantly scattered in all directions. However, the masked cultivators who came to attack the ancestral land of the chaotic Goldenrock clan could no longer escape. 3 devil shadows that were so powerful that they caused people's hearts to palpitate walked over from afar. The 3 Devil Path experts made their move, and the Devil Path expert in the lead was naturally the Chaos Devil Ape. The Chaos Demon Ape let out a roar and spat out a stream of demonic fire towards the cultivators who were trying to escape. In the next moment, screams were heard. Several cultivators fell in the demonic fire. They were instantly burned into ashes and disappeared in the void. When the masked cultivators saw this, they immediately turned pale with fright and quickly retreated. At that moment, a demonic net descended from the sky and trapped the panicking cultivators. In the next moment, the cultivators screamed in pain. A thick layer of transparent ice grew on their bodies, turning them into ice sculptures. The demonic spider of Extreme Een was attacking. The demonic energy of Extreme Een spread out from the demonic net of Extreme Een, freezing all the cultivators who were enveloped by the net. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and the ice sculptures fell to the ground. They were instantly smashed into pieces. Those who were turned into ice sculptures died instantly. Streams of essence rushed out from the broken ice and were devoured by the demonic net. At the same time, the dragon head demon also attacked. However, it was not as gentle as the Chaos Demon Ape and the Tie-In Demon Spider. It directly charged into the crowd. In the next moment, the crowd was immediately covered in blood and flesh. Most of the cultivators didn't even have time to let out a scream before they were blasted into a mist of blood by the dragon head demon's fist. The dragon head demon's body was like a bottomless devil's nest. It was actually devouring the blood mist, directly absorbing the enormous essence energy contained in the blood mist. Bathed in blood, the dragon head demon appeared even more ferocious. His murderous nature and demonic nature were completely stimulated by the blood. A mass of blood-colored demonic light appeared on his body. It was as if a blood-colored demonic flame was burning, making people's hearts palpitate. The power of the extreme Tao made the dragon head demon invincible. Wherever he passed, no cultivator could withstand a single punch from him. All the masked cultivators were scared out of their wits by this scene. This guy was a real, bloodthirsty demon. The masked cultivators near the dragon head demon quickly fled. They did not dare to approach the demon. "All of you, come here." The dragon head demon roared angrily. His body shook, and a wave of devouring demonic power immediately surged out from his body. All the masked cultivators in the area immediately flew toward him involuntarily. "Spare me, I don't want to die. Spare me, please let me go." Countless masked cultivators struggled desperately, trying to escape. However, all of this was in vain. The cultivators who flew toward the dragon head demon collapsed into clouds of blood mist when they were about 100 feet away from the dragon head demon. They turned into streams of chi and blood that rushed toward the dragon head demon and entered his body. "Fellow with a dragon head, do you want to eat it all for yourself?" Seeing this, the chaos demon ape was displeased. He stretched out his hand, and a wave of devouring power immediately rushed out from his hand. Immediately, streams of blood light flew toward his palm and were refined into his demonic essence energy. "Haha, you can't eat it all for yourself." The supreme Een demon spider laughed and also snatched the cultivator's chi and blood, wanting a piece of the pie. "You two bastards." Seeing this, the dragon head demon became anxious. That was the result of his battle. How could he let these two fellows reap the fruits of his labor? These two fellows were too despicable. He circulated his demonic power with all his might and finally obtained most of the chi and blood. But in the end, the chaos demon ape and the supreme Een demon spider still managed to snatch a small portion of their chi and blood. Although the 3 great stone golem demons obeyed Gu Fei, none of them were willing to submit to each other. However, it was undeniable that the chaos demon ape's cultivation and combat strength were the strongest among the 3 great stone golem demons. Although the supreme Een demon spider and the dragon head demon were unwilling to submit, they were well aware of this fact. These 3 fellows could not fight. With the 3 great demonic experts taking action, the masked cultivators who sneak attacked the Chaos Golden Rock clan's ancestral land were quickly slaughtered. It was a one-sided battle without any suspense. Song Kei and the Demon Divine stood aside and watched the show. The Demon Divine had already retrieved the Blood Shadow Divine Needle. The Blood Shadow Divine Needle was his trump card. He did not use it even when he was fighting against Gu Fei. The power of the Blood Shadow Divine Needle was still very terrifying. The task of cleaning up the battlefield was naturally left to the others. However, just when everyone thought that the mysterious cultivators had been completely annihilated, an arrow suddenly fell from the sky and shot toward Song Kei's head at an extremely fast speed. Song Kei stretched out his hand and grabbed the sharp arrow that was shooting toward his head. "Who are you, scoundrel? Do you dare to come out and fight me?" Song Kei scanned the surroundings, and a domineering aura erupted from his body. His eyes were like cold stars shining in the darkness, and his murderous intent soared into the sky. "Kacha!" He exerted force in his hand and broke the black arrow in his hand. However, at that moment, the response to Song Kei was a series of extremely sharp arrow lights. The arrow lights fell from the sky and shot toward Song Kei and the others. It was as though there was a rain of arrows in the sky. Everyone was shocked. Preposterous! Song Ke roared angrily and his eyes turned sharp. He stretched out his hand and slapped toward the sky. The golden rock's divine power exploded, and a giant golden hand appeared in the void, blocking the entire sky. Countless sharp arrows that fell from the sky shattered under his giant golden hand. Extreme Tao-level energy waves spread from the giant golden hand. Rumble! The giant golden hand crushed the countless aerolites and rushed into the sky. Countless stars shook as though they were about to fall from the starry sky. Song Ke actually killed old ancestor Emo, Du. Chapter 3445. Although Song Ke's golden palm reached the starry sky, it posed no threat to the mysterious expert standing on the other side of the starry sky. Swoosh! The mysterious powerhouse drew the bow in his hand. As the bow was drawn, the power of the stars in the surroundings immediately converged towards the bow in the mysterious powerhouse's hand. The pitch-black bow lit up, and rays of divine light circled around it. Ancient and mysterious patterns appeared on the body of the bow, and a powerful extreme power spread out from the bow. Extreme Tao-level power quickly gathered on the bowstring, and a divine arrow immediately appeared on the bowstring. At this moment, the divine light emitted by the endless power of the stars was much brighter than the stars in the surrounding starry sky. Song Ke, let's see if you can withstand my strongest arrow. As the mysterious expert spoke, he had already drawn the bow in his hand completely, and his aura had also risen to the limit. A terrifying extreme power spread from the divine bow, and the entire starry sky was shaking. The dozen or so stars closest to the mysterious expert directly exploded. The power of the stars turned into streaks of divine rainbows that flew towards the huge bow and entered the divine arrow on the bowstring. The fluctuation of the extreme power that spread from the bow became even stronger. This was an arrow that had gathered the monstrous power of the stars. The power of this arrow was probably enough to destroy the entire East continent. Therefore, Song Ke had no choice but to withstand this arrow. If he could withstand it, everyone would be happy. If he couldn't, the countless living beings of the entire East continent would be buried with him. At this moment, the golden palm that Song Ke had shot out dissipated in the starry sky. At the same time, Song Ke finally sensed the threat from the other side of the starry sky. Not only Song Ke, but the other unparalleled experts of the East continent also sensed the terrifying fluctuation of energy from the other side of the starry sky. Crazy, that guy is crazy. An angry roar was heard from the ancestral land of the mysterious Snake clan. Immediately after, a ball of divine light appeared in the sky above the ancestral land of the mysterious Snake clan and enveloped the ancestral land. The mysterious Snake clan had started a defensive battle. This was a last resort. Even if the East continent was destroyed, the mysterious Snake clan's ancestral land would survive under the protection of the ultimate guardian formation. The Celestial God clan and the Earth Spirit clan also took action and activated the defensive formation. Who hired that guy? I'll beat him to death. An ancestor of the Heavenly God clan roared. In the Earth Spirit clan's ancestral land, the Earth Spirit Emperor's face was gloomy. That guy is a little too much. The voice of the Earth Spirit Emperor echoed in the spacious hall. At this moment, on the other side of the starry sky, all the stars in the starry sky dimmed. The divine light emitted by the man and the bow was countless times brighter than any other stars, illuminating the entire starry sky. The bow in the hands of the mysterious expert was incredible. It had actually gathered the power of the stars of a small half of the star field. Such a powerful force, once erupted, would definitely destroy the world. Could it be that guy? Outside the chaotic Golden Rock Race's ancestral land, Song Ke suddenly thought of someone. His expression immediately turned grave. What a powerful energy fluctuation. The demon god and the others could naturally sense the energy fluctuation from the other side of the starry sky. They couldn't help but change their expressions. Who's causing trouble? At this moment, On a mountain ridge outside the Black Demon Sea in the East Continent, a black-robed young man raised his head and looked at the starry sky. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the starry sky and see the other side of the starry sky. Even outside the Black Demon Sea, he could sense the powerful aura from the other side of the starry sky. The black-robed young man was Gu Fei. He had left the chaotic Golden Rock races, ancestral land, and came to the Black Demon Sea. He had wandered in the Black Demon Sea before, so he naturally wanted to come back and take a look. However, unlike the last time, he was outside the Black Demon Sea this time. Previously, he had directly appeared in the Black Demon Sea. At this moment, the entire starry sky above the firmament suddenly shook. Then, an immortal divine light directly penetrated the starry sky from the other side of the starry sky and directly shot down on the East Continent. Rumble! With the descent of the divine light, the entire heaven and earth began to tremble. The entire void was shaken by the vast power of the divine light. The terrifying energy fluctuation shrouded the entire East Continent. The souls of countless living beings were trembling as if doomsday had arrived. As a matter of fact, it was truly the end of the world. If no one stopped the destructive arrow, the entire Eastern Continent would be destroyed. It would definitely be a disaster for the living beings of the entire East Continent. That's a little too much. Gu Fei, who was standing on the peak of the mountain ridge outside the Black Demon Sea, couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw that scene. The guy who attacked had no scruples and didn't care about the lives of billions of living beings at all. If the arrow really blew up the entire East Continent, it would cause an unimaginable massacre that would harm the harmony of heaven and earth. Of course, a peerless expert whose cultivation base had reached a level where he could destroy heaven and earth would naturally not care about heaven and earth. So what if he harmed the harmony of heaven and earth? Such an existence could directly ignore the punishment of heaven and earth. Gu Fei didn't plan to attack because someone else had already done so. A gigantic golden rock soared from the ground. Waves of power at the extreme Tau level spread from the golden rock. The golden rock was like a golden sun, its body emitting golden rays that lit up the entire night sky. The golden rock spread its wings and shrieked. It instantly turned into an immortal golden ray and collided with the arrow that was descending from the sky. Immediately after, a loud bang spread across the entire East Continent. A gigantic black hole appeared in the sky above the East Continent. This was a scene that countless cultivators would never forget. The chaotic golden rock that soared from the ground was directly shot by the arrow that descended from the sky. Golden feathers flew and chaotic blood splattered. The scene was extremely realistic, as if a chaotic golden rock had really been shot to death by an arrow. The energy fluctuations that erupted directly caused the void to be annihilated. A huge black hole that appeared high up in the sky was filled with primal chaos chi. However, to everyone's astonishment, the sword light did not dissipate after shooting the chaotic golden rock. It continued to shoot toward the East Continent. What? Song Ke coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Just now, he used all his strength, but he still couldn't block that arrow and was heavily injured. When he saw that the arrow was still shooting towards the ground, his body couldn't help but tremble, and he directly sat on the ground. Chapter 3446. The mysterious powerhouse shot a destructive arrow at Song Ke from the other side of the starry sky. The might of this arrow shook the galaxy. It was unknown how many times more resplendent the immortal arrow light was compared to those bright stars. Wherever the arrow light passed, the stars directly exploded, and the power of the stars all fused into that arrow. Therefore, when the arrow pierced through the starry sky and landed on the land of the East Continent, it was at its strongest. The power of the arrow shot by the mysterious powerhouse was enough to destroy the entire East Continent. This was without a doubt. The powerhouses in the entire East Continent felt threatened when the divine arrow fell from the sky. The other 3 major clans of the East Continent activated their defensive formations to protect their ancestral lands. The ancestral lands of the chaotic Goldenrock clan were the first to be affected. This was because the target of the arrow shot by the powerhouse from the other side of the starry sky was Tsang-Ke and the ancestral lands that he had just rebuilt. Anyone could have dodged this arrow, but not Tsang-Quebec. If he did, the Chaos Goldenrock race would be done for. Roar! Tsang-Ke raised his head to the sky and roared. The divine power of the Goldenrock surged from his body, and 9 divine inscriptions circled around him. The shadow of a golden bird rushed out from his body and directly flew towards the arrow of light that shot down from the sky. The chaotic Goldenrock spread its wings and unleashed the power of the extreme grade. Boom! With a loud bang, the chaotic Goldenrock that had charged out of Tsang-Ke's body collided with the god's destruction arrow that had descended from the sky. In the next moment, the chaotic Goldenrock let out a miserable cry as it had actually exploded from the arrow. Tsang-Ke's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was chaotic blood. Every drop of blood contained the chaotic golden rock divine power. The chaotic Goldenrock shadow that rushed out of his body was shot down by the divine arrow. He suffered a great impact and looked exhausted. However, what shocked Tsang-Ke was that after the arrow destroyed the chaotic Goldenrock shadow, it was still shooting at him. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Tsang-Ke was about to spit out the extreme grade divine sword that he refined in the past to fight the guy in the sky. At that moment, a figure walked out and stood in front of him. Let me. He stared at the immortal light arrow that shot down from the sky with a solemn expression. In the next moment, countless Tao runes rushed out from his body. Countless Tao patterns were imprinted in the void, forming a huge array. Boom! The void rumbled, and the formation began to operate quickly. A huge black hole immediately appeared in the formation. Then, an extreme Tao-level devouring power immediately surged out from the formation, wanting to devour the arrow light falling from the sky. The demon god's power was mighty, the earth was shaking, and the void was annihilated. When the demon god attacked with full force, it also had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked to the extreme when they saw that scene. The demon god stood on the ground with his long hair dancing wildly, his tall figure full of power. Swoosh! The annihilating god arrow shot into a black hole created by the demon god's formation power. The next moment, the black hole exploded. The demon god let out a muffled groan as if he was hit by an invisible divine mountain. His entire body was sent flying. Boom! With a loud sound, he hit a stone mountain thousands of feet away. An entire stone mountain was directly smashed by him. Suddenly, rocks flew into the sky, dust was flying everywhere, and the area around the stone mountain was raining stones. Seeing that scene, everyone was dumbfounded. The demon god was not a weakling. His cultivation was extremely powerful. Even if he was not as strong as Tsang-Ke, he was not far behind. However, the arrow from the extraterrestrial expert was able to directly break the demon god's divine power. The power of that arrow was simply heaven-defying. After breaking the demon god's divine power, the arrow light directly shot toward Tsang-Quebec. This time, no one stood up to block the arrow for Tsang-Quebec. Although it was blocked twice, the star power fluctuation emitted by the arrow light was still powerful enough to make Tsang-Ke feel despair. Is this the legendary annihilating arrow shot by the sky-punishing bow? An old voice rang out, and an old man appeared in the sky. That old man was the Eastern Pole Old Man. The arrow shot by the expert from beyond the heavens had caused too much of a commotion, so it naturally alerted the old man. What, the sky-punishing bow? The sky-punishing bow appeared again? Hearing the East Pole Old Man's words, some old antique experts were shocked. No wonder the arrow light was so powerful. It turned out to be the annihilating arrow shot by the sky-punishing bow. The sky-punishing bow and the annihilating arrow were very famous in that ancient era. That was because there was really someone who held the sky-punishing bow and shot an arrow to destroy a part of the world. That madman actually obtained the legendary sky-punishing bow. Some people still knew some details about the extraterrestrial expert. After all, those forces in the East Continent wanted to take advantage of the fact that Gu Fei was not in the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land to wipe out the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. The extraterrestrial expert was a helper hired by one of those forces. Arrow Ancestor, is it really him? It seems like only that madman can shoot such a shocking arrow. At that moment, the demon Venerable's voice sounded. He walked out from the rubble. He was the first to bear the brunt of the divine ability being broken, so he was heavily injured. Arrow Ancestor? Song Ke was very puzzled. It was the first time he heard this name. It seemed like this Arrow Ancestor was an ancestral god realm expert who rose after he was lost in the chaotic demon realm. However, he didn't have time to think too much because the Arrow Ancestor's arrow was already shooting towards him. Song Ke was about to spit out his divine sword, but at that moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from the side and grabbed the arrow light in front of Song Quebec. What? Seeing the scene, everyone was stunned. They hurriedly looked over and saw that the person who had caught the arrow was a black-clothed young man. This black-clothed young man wasn't very handsome, but he had a unique charm that made it hard for others to forget his appearance with a single glance. Moss, Master? The demon Venerable was surprised and overjoyed when he saw the black-robed young man. The black-robed young man was Gu Fei. He actually returned at this time. Gu Fei's return surprised and delighted the chaotic Golden Rock clan. At that moment, Gu Fei exerted force in his right hand that grabbed the arrow light. The arrow light in his hand immediately shattered, turned into specks of spiritual light, and dissipated in the void. Greetings, Master. The 3 stone devils hurriedly walked over and knelt before Gu Fei. They were sincerely convinced that Gu Fei's battle strength was really amazing. Get up. With a wave of Gu Fei's hand, the 3 gargoyles involuntarily stood up from the ground. What? The moment Gu Fei crushed the arrow light, the Arrow Ancestor, who was on the other side of the starry sky, sensed that his arrow had been destroyed. Who the hell is it? The mysterious man's body was shrouded in divine light. The black bow in his hand had already calmed down. At this moment, the black bow didn't seem to be attractive at all. However, it was this huge bow that had almost destroyed the Eastern continent. Even if it hadn't, the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land would have been destroyed. Master, you're finally back. Yu Qiong walked over from afar. However, Gu Fei ignored Yu Qiong and looked up at the stars in the sky. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the starry sky and fell on the Arrow Ancestor. In the next moment, Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the void without any warning. No one could see how he disappeared. Everyone was shocked. They could guess where Gu Fei had gone. The Eastern Pole old man also left. Some old antiques also soared into the sky and rushed into the starry sky. At this moment, Gu Fei's figure had already appeared in the depths of the starry sky. However, no matter how fast he was still one step too late. He could only see a blur disappearing into the boundless starry sky. Humph, you sure run fast, Gu Fei muttered to himself. He took a step forward and countless stars swept past him. It was as if the entire world had turned upside down. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky above the Eastern continent. He took another step forward and arrived in the sky above the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. Such speed left even the ancient existences astonished. It was even faster than teleportation. Gu Fei's 8 desolation steps allowed him to travel in all directions. This wasn't a lie. What the hell happened? Gu Fei returned as quickly as he went. He arrived in front of Song Ke and asked coldly. He scanned the surroundings and saw corpses all over the place. It was obvious how fierce the battle was. Song Ke sighed. His tense nerves immediately relaxed when he saw Gu Fei return. He sat down on the ground and crossed his legs. Someone wants to destroy my chaotic Golden Rock clan. After Song Ke said that, he started to circulate his Xian Qi to heal his injuries. There aren't many forces in the eastern continent that have the ability to do so. Would they dare to do such a thing? Gu Fei's face darkened. Since the three forces didn't know what was good for them, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. At that moment, the three stone demons Yu Qiong, the Venerable Beast God, the Golden Rock Goddess, and the others walked over. The three stone demons were full of vitality and had obtained quite a lot of benefits. The Venerable Beast God, on the other hand, was unlucky. Not only did he not obtain any benefits, but he was also seriously injured. The onlookers retreated at that moment because there was no more fun to watch. Naturally, there were people from the three forces among them. I'll make sure they won't be able to cry even if they wanted to. Chapter 3447. The reappearance of the heaven-punishing Bao shocked all the experts of the eastern continent. One had to know that the heaven-punishing Bao was an extreme divine artifact, and the world annihilation arrow it shot out was an arrow that could destroy heaven and earth. The arrow ancestor actually obtained the heaven-punishing Bao. An old voice came from a palace in the ancestral grounds of the deity race. There were many powerful figures standing in the palace, and there was an old man sitting on the throne in the middle of the palace. This was a senile old man. His hair and teeth were almost all gone. He curled up on the throne, looking listless. However, the group of people standing in front of the throne didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Things have become a little troublesome. However, it's only fun when there are variables. Looks like it's time to go out and meet some old friends. The old man muttered to himself. All the big shots of the deity clan, standing below, didn't dare to speak. The old ancestor is going to take action, personally. Hearing the old man's words, all the big shots of the deity race, standing in the main hall, were surprised and delighted. Yu Qiong's betrayal had caused the deity race to lose all face. Since Gu Fei was so powerful, the deity race naturally did not dare to provoke Gu Fei. Naturally, they also did not dare to touch that traitor Yu Qiong. In the main hall, the deity race's young master, Mu Go, was the happiest because the deity race had suffered heavy losses in the immortal Medicine Ridge. Even Yu Qiong had betrayed them. He had suffered a great loss in the hands of the demon god, so he naturally wanted revenge. If the old ancestor were to personally make a move, Song Ke and the demonic god Venerable would be as vulnerable as clay chickens and pottery dogs. One must know that the old ancestor was a primogenitor level, primogenitor deity of the deity clan. At this time in the ancestral land of the Earth Spirit clan, all the higher-ups of the Earth Spirit clan had gathered in the depths of the earth, in a divine palace that was enveloped by a mass of earth essence chi. Boss has been captured. How are we going to resolve this? In the main hall of the divine palace stood the most important figures of the Earth Spirit clan. Some of the experts of the Earth Spirit clan had been in seclusion for countless years. However, they had no choice but to come out at this moment. The three figures standing at the front seemed to have existed since time immemorial. The aura they exuded was extremely ancient and vicissitudes of life. However, the throne in the main hall was empty because not everyone could sit on that seat. We just don't know what to do. That's why we asked the three ancestors to come out and take charge. The leader of the Earth Spirit clan said in a respectful manner. In front of these three ancestors, the person who was high and mighty, who could shake the entire eastern continent with a single step, had completely lost his temper. Humph! I really don't know what Big Brother is thinking. He actually made you the leader of the Earth Spirit clan. Another old ancestor said with a displeased expression. The leader of the Earth Spirit clan was a middle-aged man with a majestic appearance. However, at this moment, he was a yes man and obediently accepted his ancestor's lecture. You're saying that a person called Gu Fei took boss away? A short ancestor who looked like a 7 or 8-year-old child suddenly said with a smile. Yes, fourth ancestor. The leader of the Earth Spirit clan said hurriedly. Second brother, third brother, how about we go and meet this Gu Fei? The old ancestor in black clothes who looked like a child said. He was very curious. No one knew better than him how powerful Big Brother was. Who else in this world could take him away? All right, I also want to know what that guy is capable of. How could he take Boss away? The tall old ancestor said angrily. Because of Big Brother's presence, they could cultivate in seclusion without being affected by worldly affairs. Then let's go. What are you waiting for? The third ancestor of the Earth Spirit Clan said, Third brother, you're still so impatient. Looks like you haven't changed at all after cultivating in seclusion for so long. The second ancestor glanced at the third ancestor and said, Let's go. What are you waiting for? The fourth ancestor said and disappeared from the main hall. No one could see how he disappeared. Second brother, look, the fourth brother is even more impatient than me. The third ancestor said, Humph. The second ancestor of the Earth Spirit Clan ignored the third ancestor and disappeared into the void. The third ancestor shook his head and took a step forward. The void distorted, and he stepped into the void, passing through the void. They're finally gone. The clan leader of the Earth Spirit Clan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the three ancestors had left. The aura of the three ancestors was too powerful. Even he found it difficult to bear, let alone the others in the hall. Lord Clan Leader, do you think the three ancestors can save great ancestor destruction? A middle-aged man in white clothes with a black beard said, How would I know? The leader of the Earth Spirit Clan said impatiently, Humph, Gu Fei Tsankei, you're out of luck. The leader of the Earth Spirit Clan thought. As the three great ancestors of the Earth Spirit Clan left the Earth Spirit Clan's ancestral land, a huge figure emerged from an ancient cave in the mysterious Snake Clan's territory that was absorbing chaotic chi. Countless snakes gathered outside the ancient cave, forming a sea of snakes. The entire ancestral land of the mysterious Snake Clan was silent. All the snakes were coiled on the ground, motionless as if they were dead. The sky above the ancient cave was shrouded in a towering, chaotic chi. At this moment, a figure flickered in the sky, and an old man appeared in the sky. Thousand Snakes Pilgrimage, is the mysterious snake ancestor coming out of seclusion? The old man muttered to himself. He was the East Pole Old Man. The East Pole Old Man's strength was undeniable. He was definitely one of the oldest and strongest living beings in the East Continent. He was definitely on par with Tsang Quebec. It's my honor to have an old friend visit. A wave of divine consciousness came from the chaotic ancient cave. The giant snake in the depths of the ancient cave seemed to have moved. The East Pole Old Man did not say anything. He pondered for a moment and took a step forward. He walked down from the sky and entered the chaotic ancient cave. Just as the East Pole Old Man entered the chaotic ancient cave, three uninvited guests suddenly appeared outside the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock Clan. The protective formation of the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock Clan was immediately activated. A ball of divine light shrouded the entire ancestral land. Listen up, the people inside. If you're smart, you'll release our boss. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you. A black-clothed kid shouted fiercely. The alarm bells rang in the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock Clan. Soon, a group of soldiers rushed out of the ancestral land under the leadership of a warrior. Get Gu Fei and Tsang Kei out to see me. A tall and mighty expert said coldly. What? The leader of the group was shocked when he heard the man's words. Who on earth was this guy? Why did he want to see Gu Fei and Tsang Kei the moment he arrived? This general naturally knew who Gu Fei and Tsang Kei were. This fellow actually specifically said that he wanted to see Gu Fei and Tsang Quebec. Could it be that he was someone with a great background? Who are you? Separated by a layer of divine light, the general carefully sized up the three experts standing outside. They did not give off any powerful auras. However, The general did not dare to underestimate the three fellows outside. "Cut the crap! Hurry up and get Gu Fei out," the leader of the group said in a deep voice. The leading expert said in a deep voice. He was already impatient from waiting. These three fellows were the three old ancestors of the Earth Spirit Clan. When the three old ancestors gathered together, their aura was absolutely earth-shattering. However, the protective formation of the chaotic Goldenrock clan isolated the aura outside. Therefore, the warrior inside did not feel any pressure. "What did you say?" Hearing this, the battle general was instantly displeased. Even the battle soldiers behind him glared angrily at the Earth Spirit Clan's old ancestor. "Second brother, why are you still talking to them? Why don't we just charge in?" The third ancestor of the Earth Spirit Clan grinned at the second ancestor. "Then let's charge." The second ancestor of the Earth Spirit Clan said calmly. The third ancestor and the fourth ancestor were waiting for the second ancestor to say this. The third ancestor let out a cry and punched the layer of divine light in front of him. Boom! With a muffled sound, the entire formation shook. The power of this punch was so strong that it shook the entire protective formation beneath the feet of the chaotic Goldenrock clan. The third ancestor retracted his fist. He was extremely shocked that the formation had blocked his attack with all his strength. The third ancestor could not help but be shocked. Again, the third ancestor roared and punched out with all his strength. 9 Tao patterns appeared on his palm and intertwined with each other. An extremely powerful aura surged out from his arm. Boom! There was a loud bang and the earth shook. The power of the third ancestor's punch was so powerful. However, the third ancestor and the others were dumbfounded. Although the punch was extremely powerful, it still could not break the protective formation of the chaotic Goldenrock clan. How is this possible? The second ancestor of the Earth Spirit Clan was in disbelief. He was well aware of the extent of his third brother's battle strength. Even if his third brother's punch landed on the primordial sacred mountain, it would be smashed to pieces. Extreme formation. The fourth ancestor stared at the layer of divine light in front of him and said, "Extreme formation?" The second ancestor and the third ancestor were shocked when they heard the fourth ancestor's words, especially the third ancestor. He was sweating profusely and kept wiping the sweat off his forehead. One had to know that the extreme Tao array formation had both defensive and offensive capabilities. "You 3 lunatics, get out of here." The general pointed at the Earth Spirit Clan's second ancestor and the others and shouted. When the 3 primogenitors of the Earth Spirit Clan arrived at the same time and attacked the protective formation, Gu Fei, who was in the ancestral land, had already sensed the 3 extremely powerful auras outside. Chapter 3448. The 3 primogenitors of the Earth Spirit Clan arrived outside the chaotic Goldenrock clan's ancestral land. If it wasn't for the chaotic Goldenrock clan's defensive formation being activated in time, the 3 super antiques would have already killed their way into the chaotic Goldenrock clan's ancestral land. "You 3 lunatics, why don't you get out of here?" Outside the defensive formation, the general pointed at the 3 primogenitors of the Earth Spirit Clan and shouted, "You little thing, do you want to die?" Second ancestor's eyes widened, and there were actually countless patterns interweaving in his eyes. With a whoosh, 2 beams of divine light immediately rushed out of his eyes and pierced through the void. Those were 2 beams of divine light formed by the Tao runes of the Great Path. They contained the power of the Great Path and were much stronger than an ordinary quasi-paragon saint weapon. However, the 2 beams of divine light were blocked the moment they collided with the light shield in front of them. Ripples immediately appeared on the shield. The general inside the shield was shocked by the sudden attack. However, he immediately calmed down when he saw that the shield in front of him could block the attack. "Old man, don't waste your energy. Do you want to kill me? Do you have the ability to do so?" The general said proudly. "Humph. Do you really think we can't kill you? The progenitors of the 3 great earth spirit clans stared at the general in front of them. When they saw the proud look on his face, they really wanted to punch him into pieces. Haha, then come and kill me. I'll stand here and let you kill me. The general laughed wantonly. He didn't believe that the 3 of them could break through their defensive formation because it was an extreme path-killing formation. Damn it! The 3 primogenitors of the Earth Spirit clan were furious. The second ancestor directly spat out a beam of divine light that pierced through the general. An extreme path force rushed out of the divine light. What? The general was shocked. He saw that the divine light had actually pierced through the protective barrier in front of him and was flying towards him. He had never thought that the other party would be able to break through the protective divine light in front of him and threaten his life. Just as he thought he was going to die, he felt his collar tighten, and then he was sent flying. The divine light flew past his feet. The general was both surprised and delighted. He hurriedly looked over and saw that the person who had helped him escape was actually a black-robed young man. This black-robed young man was expressionlessly sizing up the 3 supreme experts outside. You actually dared to save the person I wanted to kill? The second Earth Spirit ancestor stared at the black-clothed young man and said with a gloomy face. An eerie killing intent radiated from his body. With a wave of his right hand, the divine light broke through the layer of divine light and flew back to his hand. The divine light was actually a spear. There were countless Tao patterns on the spear that appeared and wove together, emitting an extreme power ripple. It was extremely terrifying. This spear was no small matter. No wonder it could pierce through the protective divine light formed by the chaotic Golden Rock clan's protective formation and almost kill the general. TCH, I saved the person you wanted to kill. Are you going to kill me too? The black-clothed young man said disapprovingly, Since you've already guessed it, why don't you kill yourself? Do you want me to send you off, personally? The second Earth Spirit ancestor stared at the black-clothed young man. The murderous intent on his body grew even stronger. He had already decided to kill the black-clothed young man. For an existence like him, once he had the intention to kill someone, he would definitely kill the other party. After all, there was no turning back after a shot was fired. Ha! The black-clothed young man laughed out loud as if he had heard the funniest joke. Greetings, master. At this time, the general that the black-clothed young man had saved from the second Earth Spirit ancestor saw the black-clothed young man's face clearly. He was immediately shocked and knelt on the ground. Greetings, master. The soldiers that the general led also knelt down to the black-clothed young man. Get up. The black-clothed young man waved his hand and said calmly. The general and the soldiers hurriedly stood up and retreated to the side respectfully. You are the master of these trash? Separated by a divine light, the second Earth Spirit ancestor was a little surprised. He did not expect Gu Fei to be so young. When one's cultivation reached the level of the second Earth Spirit ancestor, he could sense a cultivator's origin aura to determine a cultivator's cultivation age. To the second Earth Spirit ancestor, Gu Fei was just too young. However, Gu Fei's cultivation and battle strength were not inferior to theirs at all. Old man, what did you say? The general pointed at the second Earth Spirit ancestor and said angrily, How dare this guy call me trash? How despicable. You have no right to speak here. The third Earth Spirit ancestor looked coldly at the general and said disdainfully, What? The general was shocked. This fellow's gaze was very terrifying. It made him feel as if he was being stared at by the god of death. In the next moment, his soul was going to scatter. He was not stupid. Otherwise, he would not have become one of the generals that patrolled the ancestral land of the Golden Rock clan. The 3 guys outside were unimaginably strong. However, This general only dared to challenge the first Earth spirit ancestor because of the protection formation and the countless experts in the ancestral land. Trash will always be trash. He will never become a genius. The fourth Earth spirit ancestor shook his head and said, he was different from the other second ancestors. He always looked 7 or 8 years old, but no one could tell that he had lived for countless years. The general was not convinced and wanted to argue. However, Gu Fei waved his hand and the general did not say anything. There are many experts in the Earth Spirit clan. Apart from the guy who turned himself into an incarnation, there are 3 other old antiques that are not weaker than him. This is really surprising. Gu Fei glanced at the 3 Earth Spirit clan's progenitors and said, "Are you the guy called Gu Fei? If you know what's good for you, you will release our leader. Or else." The second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan stared at Gu Fei and said while gritting his teeth. The spear in his hand vibrated and produced a series of vibrations. Countless Tao patterns appeared on the body of the spear. The void around the spear rippled, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. This was the result of the ripples of power emanating from the battle spear, shaking the surrounding void. This was the most direct manifestation of the battle spear's power. The second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan was filled with murderous intent. If it wasn't for the third ancestor next to him, he would have already attacked. Although the Chaos Golden Rock clan's defensive formation was strong, it hadn't displayed its full power yet. The second primogenitor of the Earth Spirit clan could still use his battle spear to break through the divine light barrier of the defensive formation and kill his way in. Of course, no one would be so stupid to enter a killing formation. It was no different from suicide, or else what? Gu Fei crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan with interest as he spoke with a faint smile. At this time, the news of the enemy's attack had already spread. The experts of the Golden Rock clan had rushed over. Song Ke and Divine Monster also appeared in the distance. The 3 ancestors of the Earth Spirit clan are here at the same time. At this moment, Yu Qiong appeared out of nowhere. When he saw the 3 fellows outside the defensive formation, he immediately cried out in surprise. The 3 ancestors of the Earth Spirit clan. Many cultivators were shocked by Yu Qiong's words. There was no doubt that the Earth Spirit clan was powerful. Legend had it that this clan had 4 ancestors. It seemed that some of the legends were true. Or else I will kill you. The third ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan sneered at Gu Fei. Haha. Hearing this, Gu Fei burst into laughter. You have guts. I will go out and let you kill me. After saying that, Gu Fei walked out from the grand defensive array. You dare to come out? The 3 ancestors were in disbelief. Is this guy so powerful that he can ignore our existence? If that's the case, we will be the ones to suffer a tragedy. You guys think too highly of yourselves. Gu Fei stood in front of the 3 Earth Spirit progenitors. Second brother, fourth brother, don't talk so much nonsense. Let's go together and kill this guy. The third ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan said. However, the fourth ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan, who looked like a 7 or 8-year-old kid, had a serious expression. He did not dare to underestimate Gu Fei. One must know that their boss was captured by this guy in front of them. The strength of the first ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan was undeniable. Since Gu Fei could suppress him in the mountain and river cauldron, it was almost impossible for the first ancestor to come out. What's the rush? The second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan said. His eyes never left Gu Fei. As long as Gu Fei showed a flaw, he would immediately launch a fatal attack. He wanted to defeat Gu Fei in one hit. Although Gu Fei appeared to be very casual, he was secretly prepared to make a move. The 3 ancestors and Gu Fei were facing each other. For a moment, the space outside the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock clan was shaking. The aura of both sides was rising. Even though it was 1 against 3, Gu Fei's aura was stronger than the combined aura of the 3 ancestors of the Earth Spirit clan. The experts who sensed it were shocked. This Gu Fei is fighting 1 against 3 and still has the upper hand. How is this possible? Chapter 30, 449. Gu Fei and the 3 progenitors of the Earth Spirit clan were facing each other. A great battle was about to break out at any moment. 2 extremely powerful auras collided, and the void between them rippled like water. They had yet to make a move, but the aura emanating from their bodies had already affected the entire world. The void of the world had actually become extremely unstable. These guys, the experts watching from afar, were all shocked. The 3 progenitors of the Earth Spirit clan and Gu Fei were just too powerful. Once they started fighting, the world would definitely collapse and the land would be destroyed. It would be a disaster for the entire ancestral God realm's eastern continent because these people could use the power of the extreme Tao. If the power of the extreme Tao wasn't controlled properly, it would lead to terrifying consequences that could destroy heaven and earth. Are they really going to fight? The old antiques of the East continent were alarmed. They're all crazy, someone said. Gu Fei Diling and the other 2 ancestors unleashed their extreme Tao-level power, causing everyone to feel as if their souls were trembling. Countless experts had no choice but to retreat further away. Only a few people were able to stand closer and watch. At that moment, the protective formation of the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land was completely activated. A huge divine light barrier enveloped the entire ancestral land. There were billions of formation runes intertwining on the light barrier, forming ancient and mysterious formation patterns. The essence of the earth veins deep underground was being drawn towards the protective formation. The ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan was the best treasure land in the East continent. It was regarded as the #1 sacred land by all the powerful clans of the East continent. The depths of the ancestral land was the source of the earth veins of the entire East continent. Back then, Sankei had spent a great deal of effort to occupy this place and build it into the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. The protective formation of the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan could draw the power of the earth veins for its own use. Such a formation was already connected to the earth veins. If someone completely destroyed the formation, it would be equivalent to destroying the earth veins. With the protection of the formation, the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan would not be attacked by the outside world, so Gu Fei could have no worries. You really want to fight? At this moment, the 4th progenitor of the Earth Spirit clan said with a frown. He knew that if they were to fight, it would cause a great impact to the entire eastern continent. Nonsense, not fighting? You want to be a coward? The 2nd ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan glared at the 4th ancestor and said, "Second brother, we don't seem to have any chance of winning." The 3rd ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan said hesitantly. At this moment, he finally understood why his big brother, who was so powerful, was still captured by this fellow. Humph! Whether I have a chance of winning or not, we'll only know after we fight. The 2nd ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan said coldly. He stared at Gu Fei with a solemn expression. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded his imagination. However, it was impossible for him to give up now. With so many people watching, it was impossible for them to back down. Even if they had no chance of winning, they could only bite the bullet. The 3rd and 4th patriarchs exchanged glances upon hearing the 2nd patriarch's words, and then fell silent. At this moment, a figure came from afar. It was an old man in a white robe with white hair and a beard. Why is this old man here again? Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the white-robed old man. This guy really likes to join in on the fun. East Pole. The 3 progenitors of the Earth Spirit clan were startled when they saw the old man coming from afar. It was the East Pole old man. This old man was still alive. The East Pole old man was definitely a super antique of the eastern continent. Even the 3 progenitors of the Earth Spirit clan knew of his existence and had some dealings with him. Everyone, why don't you stop? The East Pole Old Man's body was enveloped by a faint layer of divine light. He was not afraid of the extreme Tao aura from Gu Fei and the 3 progenitors. Old man, you can stop if you want. Just tell these 3 to scram. Gu Fei rubbed his nose and smiled at the East Pole Old Man. In fact, he was itching to fight. It was hard to find a worthy opponent. At Gu Fei's level, it wasn't easy to find a worthy opponent. The 3 progenitors of the Earth Spirit clan had decent cultivation and battle prowess. They were good opponents. Gu Fei wanted to fight to his heart's content to test the results of his secluded cultivation. This was the first time he had fought someone after cultivating the primordial chaos energy. He was very curious as to how powerful the primordial chaos energy was. What? The 3 progenitors of the Earth Spirit clan were enraged when they heard Gu Fei's words. Brother Gu Fei, why don't you give me some face and stop? The East Pole Old Man came closer and said to Gu Fei, Old man, I can't give you face even if I give you some face. I don't think these 3 guys who came out of nowhere are going to stop. I can't just let them bully me, right? Gu Fei shrugged. Although he seemed indifferent, he had no flaws at all. The 3 progenitors of the Earth Spirit clan couldn't find a chance to attack him. The East Pole Old Man was speechless when he heard Gu Fei's words. Who in the Eastern continent could bully you? Others would be grateful if you didn't bully them. Fellow Taoists, how about giving me some face? The East Pole Old Man looked at the 3 progenitors of the Earth Spirit clan and said, East Pole, if you continue to talk nonsense in front of us, we'll kill you too. The 3rd progenitor of the Earth Spirit clan said angrily to the East Pole Old Man, Sigh. It seems like I've lost face after not coming out for a long time. The East Pole Old Man shook his head and sighed. Humph. East Pole, I advise you to go away. The 2nd progenitor of the Earth Spirit clan said impatiently. They didn't need to care about the East Pole Old Man. In the entire Eastern continent, or even the entire ancestral god realm, the older generation of cultivators knew that the East Pole Old Man was a nice person who was best at mediating fights. The East Pole Old Man wasn't angry when he heard the words of the 2nd progenitor of the Earth Spirit clan. He still tried to persuade Gu Fei and the 3 progenitors to stop. Unless this guy releases our boss, it's impossible for us to stop. The 2nd progenitor of the Earth Spirit clan said. They were here for their boss. They wanted to rescue him from the hands of Gu Fei. Brother Gu Fei, what do you think? Why don't you release their boss so that the people don't suffer? The East Pole Old Man looked at Gu Fei and said seriously, No way. Gu Fei rejected immediately. He had painstakingly captured the 1st progenitor of the Earth Spirit clan. How could he release him just because the East Pole Old Man said so? Brother Gu Fei, the East Pole Old Man wanted to continue persuading Gu Fei to stop fighting the 3 progenitors of the Earth Spirit clan. Die. At this moment, the 2nd progenitor roared angrily and threw a punch at Gu Fei. Chaotic force immediately erupted from his fist. A large swath of the space in front of the 2nd progenitor's fist collapsed and shattered, forming a terrifying destructive force that surged towards Gu Fei. Humph, you finally can't take it anymore? Gu Fei sneered. He then extended his right hand and pressed forward unhurriedly. A primordial chaos Tao pattern appeared in his palm. Bam! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's palm collided with the 2nd progenitor's fist. 2 powerful forces erupted, forming a destructive storm that swept out in all directions. The East Pole Old Man was shocked. The 2nd progenitor of the Earth Spirit clan actually attacked without any hesitation. The powerful storm forced the East Pole Old Man to retreat. At this moment, Gu Fei's body trembled. He did not take a single step back, but the 2nd progenitor of the Earth Spirit clan was forced back 3 steps by Gu Fei's palm force. What? When the experts who were watching from afar saw this scene, they were incomparably shocked. This Gu Fei truly lived up to his reputation. Although it was only a single move, it was clear who was stronger. The second progenitor of the Earth Spirit clan was still inferior to Gu Fei, and he was forced back 3 steps by Gu Fei. Just as Gu Fei pushed back the second progenitor, the third and fourth progenitors also made their moves. Chaotic destruction. The third progenitor of the Earth Spirit clan roared and immediately used his trump card. A terrifying chaotic wheel appeared above Gu Fei's head, and it came down on Gu Fei. The void that was enveloped by the chaotic wheel was destroyed silently. However, facing the third ancestor's ultimate move, Gu Fei still used a single palm strike. His palm actually broke through the destruction energy from the Great Chaos Roulette and directly slammed into the roulette, causing it to be sent flying. The Great Annihilation Wheel was blasted high up into the sky by Gu Fei. Countless primal chaos Tao patterns were dissipating, and the Great Annihilation Wheel actually dissipated into the void. It was not the real chaotic wheel. It was just a divine ability that the third progenitor of the Earth Spirit clan had used. At the same time, Gu Fei's other hand grabbed the fourth progenitor's leg. Then he swung the fourth progenitor around and smashed him to the ground. Boom! The ground exploded and dust flew everywhere. The fourth progenitor had smashed a huge pit in the ground. Everyone was stunned at the sight of this. Gu Fei was actually so powerful that even the 3 Earth Spirit ancestors couldn't gain the slightest advantage against him even after joining forces. Roar! The fourth progenitor roared and rushed out of the pit in the ground. He attacked Gu Fei, and the second and third progenitors attacked at the same time. The 3 progenitors of the Earth Spirit clan used their ultimate moves. Gu Fei's face turned extremely solemn. Good. Chapter 3450. Boom! The entire void exploded. An unimaginably terrifying power engulfed Gu Fei in an instant. The divine light of the primal chaos soared into the sky. Where Gu Fei was, it was as if a whole new world was being created. Countless streaks of primal chaos lightning appeared in the primal chaos. Every streak of primal chaos lightning tore through the primal chaos in an instant and released the most dazzling divine light of the primal chaos. The 3 ancestors of the Earth Spirit clan attacked at the same time. This kind of power shocked everyone. Even the East Pole Old Man could not help but be shocked. The 3 ancestors of the Earth Spirit clan had been in seclusion for a long time. Their cultivation and combat power had increased by a lot. The East Pole Old Man had dealt with the 3 ancestors of the Earth Spirit clan before. Naturally, he knew their cultivation and combat power. But now, the 3 ancestors of the Earth Spirit clan displayed their combat power. Even the East Pole Old Man could not help but be surprised. Little fellow, let me, your ancestor, teach you how to write the word death. The voice of the second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan came from the primal chaos. His voice was incomparably arrogant. In the next moment, the power coming from the primal chaos increased by a few times. The power of the extreme path filled the space. The 3 ancestors of the Earth Spirit clan attacked at the same time, increasing the destructive power to the limit. At this moment, even a quasi-supreme would be blasted into pieces by this attack. Their bodies and souls would be destroyed. This was the most thorough way for a cultivator to die. This was the power of the primal chaos. The divine light of the primal chaos spread in all directions. The void that was enveloped by the divine light of the primal chaos was destroyed silently. Rumble, the world shook. The mighty primal chaos finally collided with the power of the protective formation of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. The explosion was earth-shattering. The protective formation of the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land blocked the mighty, destructive power. Countless formation runes appeared on the light shield formed by the formation's power and interweaved into a mysterious formation diagram. The The power condensed by the formation diagram was not to be underestimated. The three of you are just taking advantage of your seniority. You want to kill me with this? Dream on. Gu Fei's voice rang out, and a wave of extreme Tao-level power surged out from the chaos. A figure broke through the chaos and rushed out. Everyone was shocked. Gu Fei was so powerful that he could directly break through the sealing power of the three Earth Spirit Clan's progenitors, despite being besieged by them. If it was an ordinary, quasi-supreme being, they would have died countless times. Where do you think you're going? Come back. At the same time, an ancient voice rang out from within the chaos. Then, chaotic aura rapidly condensed, and a giant chaotic hand immediately appeared in the sky, grabbing at Gu Fei. A powerful ripple of chaotic force radiated from the hand, and the space enveloped by the hand exploded with a single grab. Haha, who said I ran away? Gu Fei laughed as he turned around and attacked. An incomparably dazzling sword light immediately rushed out of his hand and pierced through the chaos hand that was coming at him. Chilling sword chi erupted. Wherever the sword light passed, a pitch-black spatial crack was left in the sky. It took a long time for the power of the universe to repair it. Swoosh! The extremely sharp sword light flashed and pierced through the huge chaotic hand. Both the sword light and the chaotic hand dissipated in the void. Clang! At this moment, the sound of iron chains colliding was heard from within the chaos. Then, a black chain flew out from the chaos and wrapped around Gu Fei. It pulled Gu Fei towards the chaos. Hee, come on in. The voice of the fourth Earth Spirit Clan's primogenitor came from within the chaos. The battle strength displayed by the fourth ancestor of the Earth Spirit Clan was extremely powerful. He was able to pull Gu Fei into the primal chaos. Roar! Gu Fei bellowed out furiously, and a dazzling ball of chaotic light immediately erupted from his body. It blocked the destructive chaotic force in the surroundings. However, in that instant, Gu Fei felt his body tremble. He had already been struck by a palm. The powerful force of the palm directly penetrated his protective primordial force and sent him flying. Damn it! Gu Fei was enraged. He was truly enraged. Clanging sounds continuously rang out from his body. After that, streaks of extremely sharp sword light shot out from his body, slashing at the black chains wrapped around him. However, the black chain had been refined from some unknown material. It actually blocked the streaks of light from his body. Gu Fei only felt that when his sword light hacked at the black iron chain, it was actually unable to damage it in the slightest. Haha, don't waste your energy. Even an extreme supreme exalt would be captured by my black chain, let alone someone who isn't even an extreme supreme exalt. The fourth Earth Spirit Clan's primogenitor said proudly. At the same time, a streak of divine light struck Gu Fei's body silently. It directly broke through his protective primordial force. A tear immediately appeared on Gu Fei's clothes, and a bloody mark appeared on the spot where the divine light had struck. What? Gu Fei was both shocked and furious. He had never thought that the three Earth Spirit Clan's primogenitors were actually pretending to be weak. The battle strength they had displayed was so shocking. It seemed like the older, the wiser. The divine light that struck him was extraordinary. He felt a chilly sword chi invade his body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Roar! The chaotic primordial force exploded from Gu Fei's body as he roared. The chaotic primordial force immediately forced out the sword chi that had invaded his body. At the same time, Gu Fei opened his mouth and spat out a streak of sword light. Within the streak of sword light was a divine sword. An extreme supreme aura immediately erupted from the divine sword. The divine sword instantly grew bigger, and then directly chopped down on the black chain on Gu Fei's body. Clang! The black chain wrapped around Gu Fei's body was cut off by the divine sword. The divine sword turned into a sword light that danced around Gu Fei's body, and the sound of metal clanging rang out incessantly. The black chain was instantly cut into countless pieces by the divine sword. "What?" the fourth Earth Spirit Clan's ancestor cried out. He could not help but be shocked. The black chain seemed ordinary, but it was actually an extreme, supreme God chain. The chain could bind all living beings. Who knew how many living beings had been bound by it in the hands of the fourth Earth Spirit Clan's ancestor? The fourth Earth Spirit Clan's ancestor could often kill existences more powerful than him because he had grasped a divine chain like this. But now his black chain had been cut into countless pieces by his opponent's divine sword. This shocked and enraged him. The black chain turned into ordinary metal and fell from Gu Fei's body. Roar! At this moment, endless chaotic force condensed in the chaos. A chaotic beast immediately appeared and swallowed Gu Fei along with his sword in a single gulp. What? All the experts who sensed what was happening in the primal chaos were extremely shocked. The three ancestors of the Earth Spirit Clan were really strong. Too strong. Even Gu Fei couldn't gain the upper hand against them. One should know that Gu Fei was a fierce person. The Golden Crow clan was almost exterminated by him. Song Kei's primal Chaos Goldenrock clan was able to dominate the entire ancestral god realm's eastern continent because of Gu Fei's support. At this moment, Gu Fei was in a bad situation. If Gu Fei was defeated by the three Earth Spirit Clan's ancestors, Song Kei would be in trouble too. This was because the Earth Spirit Clan had been eyeing the Chaos Goldenrock clan's ancestral land for a long time. As long as they defeated Gu Fei, wouldn't the ancestral land of the Chaos Goldenrock clan be theirs? Rumble, the chaos beast that swallowed Gu Fei, started trembling. Endless chaotic Dao runes surged and intertwined on its body. A terrifying destructive force was condensing rapidly. The three progenitors of the Earth Spirit Clan appeared at the same time. They sat cross-legged around the chaos beast and circulated their mystic arts with all their might. They wanted to refine Gu Fei, who was in the chaos beast's body. However, at this moment, a ray of sword light suddenly shot out from the center of the beast's brows. After that, a gust of sword chi surged out, and the entire beast started to dissipate from the center of its brows. In the end, it completely vanished into thin air. A figure holding a divine sword walked out from the endless divine runes of chaos. Then he slashed out with his sword, and dazzling swordlight immediately rushed out from the divine sword in his hand. It soared tens of thousands of meters in an instant, and directly slashed at the second ancestor of the Earth Spirit Clan. In the next moment, the second ancestor of the Earth Spirit Clan was split into two by the swordlight before he could even let out a cry. The two halves of his corpse turned into ashes as they flew out. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Chapter 3451. Gu Fei had killed the Earth Spirit Clan's second primogenitor with a single strike. The other two Earth Spirit Clan's primogenitors almost went crazy. Kill! The Earth Spirit Clan's third primogenitor roared and attacked crazily. 9 primordial Dao patterns rushed out of his body and turned into a ball of chaotic divine light that blasted towards Gu Fei. Rumble! The ball of chaotic divine light was gathering the essence of heaven and earth. It was as if 9 chaotic divine suns had appeared in the sky and released a terrifying wave of energy. The third primogenitor was really risking his life. Once an existence of this level went all out, the combat power that erupted was absolutely shocking. Even Gu Fei would be moved. At this moment, he felt like the space around him had frozen. Chaotic force surged from the 9 balls of chaotic light, sealing up a region of space. So what if I'm risking my life? Gu Fei smiled. He smiled very happily. He clenched his left fist and punched towards the 9 balls of chaotic divine light that were descending from the sky. The primordial chaos power circulated wildly in his body. The primordial chaos chi overflowed from his body and circulated rapidly. A fist the size of a small mountain appeared in the void and blasted upwards. Boundless primordial chaos divine light erupted from this fist. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. The chaotic energy around Gu Fei and the others was dispersed by the energy fluctuations that erupted. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Fei's primordial chaos fist collided with the Earth Spirit Clan's third primogenitor's 9 balls of chaotic divine light. Then, in an instant, the entire world seemed to have disappeared. In the next moment, the space between Gu Fei and the Earth Spirit Clan's third primogenitor was annihilated silently. The 9 balls of chaotic divine light that descended from the sky exploded. This scene was extremely shocking. It was as if the 9 chaotic divine suns had exploded. The exploded chaotic divine light shattered the sky. Countless chaotic divine patterns were annihilated in the sky. The place where the 9 balls of chaotic divine light was formed into an extremely terrifying black hole. Gu Fei's primordial chaos fist was unstoppable. After destroying the 9 balls of chaotic divine light, it didn't dissipate. It only dimmed a little. Damn it! The third Earth Spirit ancestor's eyes were bloodshot as he punched towards the primordial chaos fist. Don't! Seeing this, the Earth Spirit Clan's fourth primogenitor cried out. Bam! With a loud thump, the Earth Spirit Clan's third Spirit Clan's Spirit Clan, primogenitor clan's chaotic clan's ancestors' blood, the primogenitor, drops of crystal clear, chaos blood fell from the sky. Each drop glowed with chaos chi. This was the third Earth Spirit ancestor's essence blood. Each drop contained extremely powerful chaos chi. This was the chaotic divine blood of the Earth Spirit Clan's first primogenitor. It was also something that alchemists dreamed of. A single drop of chaotic divine blood could create a chaotic body. Of course, there was still a fundamental difference between a chaotic body and a chaotic body. Just then, the chaotic divine blood of the third primogenitor dripped onto the ground. It seeped into the soil and was wasted. Some people were heartbroken. After all, it was the chaotic divine blood. But some people didn't care. The stronger one was, the less they cared about the chaotic divine blood. For example, Gu Fei didn't even look at the chaotic divine blood. Whoosh! Just then, Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and caught up to the Earth Spirit Clan's third primogenitor. He was about to attack again and kill him. However, just then, a spear stabbed towards Gu Fei from the side. A divine light shot out from the spear. It was an extreme power. Gu Fei had no choice but to be careful. With a wave of his right hand, the purple gold divine sword in his hand immediately clashed with the body of the spear, sending it flying. Humph! Gu Feijian pointed at the person who had attacked him. Terrifying Tao patterns circled around the purple gold divine sword in his hand. A sword aura that caused the heavens and earth to lose color spread out from the purple gold divine sword. It can take a hit from the purple gold divine sword. Gu Fei was surprised to see that his sword did not manage to split the spear into 2. At this time, the Earth Spirit fourth primogenitor rushed over and grabbed the spear that Gu Fei had knocked away. He looked down and saw that there was a faint mark on the spear where Gu Fei's sword had struck. You can even leave a mark on my race's supreme ancestral weapon. The Earth Spirit Clan's fourth primogenitor looked at Gu Fei in disbelief. Although he was also the Earth Spirit Clan's first primogenitor, he hadn't become a supreme ancestor yet. This spear was refined by the first primogenitor. The first primogenitor was the supreme ancestor of the Earth Spirit Clan. The fourth primogenitor's gaze shifted from Gu Fei to the divine sword in his hand. A faint aura of the supreme path emanated from the sword. Although it didn't seem sharp, he knew that this was no ordinary sword. Gu Fei had used this sword to kill the Earth Spirit Clan's second primogenitor. Originally, the Earth Spirit Clan's ancestral weapon was in the second primogenitor's hands. However, when the second primogenitor had been killed by Gu Fei, the fourth primogenitor had taken it away. Roar! Just as Gu Fei and the fourth primogenitor were facing off, an angry roar was heard. Gu Fei frowned and looked in the direction of the roar. He saw the Earth Spirit, third primogenitor's body, slowly rising from the ground. His body was emitting a fiery, chaotic divine light. An unprecedentedly strong aura radiated from the Earth Spirit, third primogenitor's body. The entire sky was shaking, and it was terrifying. At this time, the third primogenitor seemed to be in a frenzy. His face was hideous, and the chaotic divine light that shot out of his eyes was dozens of feet long. His long hair danced in the wind, and every strand of his hair was emitting chaotic divine light. Why? Do you still want to fight? If you want to die, I'm more than happy to send you on your way. Gu Fei looked at the third Earth Spirit ancestor and said calmly, in the face of absolute power, even if the weak wanted to risk their lives, the outcome would not change. I want you to die. The third primogenitor stared at Gu Fei and gritted his teeth. Third brother, the fourth primogenitor panicked. Even if the third primogenitor increased his fighting ability, he wouldn't be Gu Fei's opponent. He would only die for nothing. Chapter 3452. The battle between Gu Fei and the Earth Spirit first ancestor had reached its climax. In order to defeat Gu Fei, the third ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan was willing to sacrifice his vitality to increase his strength. Roar! The third Earth Spirit ancestor roared like a wild beast. His eyes were filled with a crazed gaze. He was struggling and wanted to remain clear-headed. Third brother, you, the fourth Earth Spirit ancestor, was both shocked and furious when he saw this. The third Earth Spirit ancestor was using this secret art was the Earth Spirit clan's ultimate secret art. Although this secret technique could draw one's potential to the greatest extent, the repercussions of using this secret technique were very severe. After using this secret technique, one's vitality would definitely be greatly damaged. In serious cases, one might even lose their precious life. The third ancestor naturally didn't want to die. However, the third primogenitor could not think of any other way to defeat Gu Fei. Although this secret skill was dangerous, it gave the third primogenitor hope. Die! I'm going to kill you, the third primogenitor muttered to himself as he glared at Gu Fei with an ominous glint in his eyes. His gaze was like that of a wild beast staring at its prey. Bring it on. I'll fight you with only one hand, Gu Fei said nonchalantly. He actually put his left hand behind his back. He was going to fight the third ancestor with his right hand. You dare look down on me? Die! The third ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan roared and stretched out his hand to grab Gu Fei. The Chaos hand instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Chaotic Universe Reversal. Gu Fei used the Chaotic Universe Reversal, one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path. The space around him distorted. The huge chaotic hand that descended from the sky was immediately severely injured. The powerful force that tore the void directly tore the huge chaotic hand into pieces. The moment Gu Fei attacked, the fourth primogenitor attacked at almost the same time. He didn't move a single hand, but instead he sent a flying kick at the fourth primogenitor, forcing him back. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei pushed the fourth ancestor back with a kick, his figure instantly melted into the surrounding void and disappeared without a trace. What? The third ancestor and the fourth ancestor were shocked. This Gu Fei has actually cultivated the great Tao of void. The fourth ancestor exclaimed. At the same time, a palm suddenly appeared out of nowhere and slammed into the fourth ancestor's back without a sound or presence. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking came from the fourth Earth Spirit ancestor's body. The fourth ancestor was sent flying by Gu Fei's attack. Then he fell from the sky like a meteorite. Boom! The ground shook and dust rose into the sky. The fourth ancestor who fell from the sky directly smashed a huge crater in the ground. Swoosh! The third Earth Spirit ancestor fiercely pounced towards Gu Fei. His speed was so fast that Gu Fei was unable to dodge, and he was struck by a palm. "How dare you!" Gu Fei naturally wouldn't go crazy with this guy. His moves were simple and practical. They weren't complicated. Every punch and kick was powerful. Die. Gu Fei was angry. The consequences were severe. Only to see Gu Fei's silhouette rapidly moving through the air, fighting against the fourth ancestor. This caused him to be extremely shocked. The fourth ancestor's combat prowess had actually risen to such a level. At this moment, the fourth primogenitor, who had been knocked down from the sky by Gu Fei, gripped his spear and charged out of the huge pit in the ground. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Two primogenitor-level existences teamed up to fight Gu Fei. It was a soul-stirring scene. The three figures fought so hard that even the Chaos Golden Rock Race's ancestral ground was affected. It almost broke through the defensive formation. If that was the case, then all the spiritual medicines in the Celestial Medicine Ridge would be taken. However, Gu Fei purposely moved the battlefield to a place far away from the Chaos Golden Rock Race's ancestral land. It was a rocky mountain with very little vegetation. The few trees on the mountain looked like they were half dead. Boom! A beam of divine light swept over, and the entire stony mountain disappeared into the void. It was turned into dust by the beam of divine light and dissipated in the void. From time to time, the third ancestor's eyes shot out destructive light that pierced through Gu Fei. Gu Fei was hit by a few of them, and a few wounds appeared on his body. Less than an hour later, Gu Fei became fiercer and fiercer as he fought. The primal chaos energy in his body crazily revolved. The two Earth Spirit primogenitors knew that it wouldn't be long before they were defeated by Gu Fei. However, at this time, everything was unpredictable. No one knew who would have the last laugh until the very end. Boom! Bam! Gu Fei exchanged a blow with the two experts and forced them to retreat. Then he used the secret technique of rising to heaven, causing his battle strength to soar. A terrifying and monstrous aura spread out, causing the entire world to become extremely unstable. Pitch-black spatial cracks constantly appeared in the void. Swoosh! In the next moment, Gu Fei's figure disappeared from the void. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the third primogenitor. Bam! Without hesitation, Gu Fei slammed his palm on the third ancestor's chest. In the next moment, the third ancestor screamed and his body was torn into pieces. The ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan was smashed into pieces by Gu Fei's palm. Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. They could not believe their eyes. At this time, Gu Fei stared at the fourth ancestor. Damn it! The fourth ancestor was shocked and angry. He watched his third brother being killed by Gu Fei with a single slap. He could not do anything. This almost drove him crazy. Gu Fei, you are too much. The fourth primogenitor roared. He was the only one left of the four primogenitors of the Earth Spirit clan. This was a fatal blow to the entire Earth Spirit clan. If they were all killed by Gu Fei, the Earth ancestor would definitely be exterminated. The world of cultivation was cruel. Many people had their eyes on the Earth ancestor's territory. As long as the four Earth ancestors were still alive, the forces of the East Continent would not dare to touch the Earth ancestor. However, it was different now. Out of the four Earth ancestors, only the fourth ancestor was left. It was impossible for the fourth primogenitor to defend the Earth Spirit clan's territory by himself. The Earth Spirit clan might be swallowed up by others, or even be exterminated. I can't die. Chapter 3453. No one knew Gu Fei's strength better than the fourth Earth Spirit ancestor. He was a terrifying existence that was almost undefeatable under the extreme Tao. The second and third Earth Spirit ancestors were killed by Gu Fei one after another. The fourth Earth Spirit ancestor was both shocked and furious. He wanted to tear Gu Fei into pieces, but he was no match for Gu Fei. He knew that if Gu Fei wanted to, Gu Fei could definitely tear him into pieces. At this moment, the fourth Earth Spirit ancestor's face was pale and his body was trembling. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on his forehead. The sweat flowed down his young face and dripped onto the ground, seeping into the soil. The fourth Earth Spirit ancestor looked like a 7 or 8-year-old child. He had white teeth and red lips. One look and anyone could tell that he was an extremely intelligent person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the fourth Earth Spirit ancestor. Fight or run. The fourth Earth Spirit ancestor stared at Gu Fei and tightened his grip on his spear. There's no more suspense in this battle. Far in the sky, the East Pole old man sighed. It seemed like the Earth Spirit tribe was finished. Who asked them to provoke Gu Fei? Gu Fei wasn't someone anyone could afford to offend. Although the East Pole old man loved to mediate disputes and was a good person, he wouldn't interfere if he couldn't mediate. Surrender and become my servant. You can live if you don't. Otherwise, you'll die. Gu Fei said indifferently. Although the 3 Earth Spirit tribe's ancestors were strong, they weren't enough for him, even if they had extreme Dao weapons. Humph. You captured my big brother and killed my second and third brother. Do you think I'll still be your servant? The fourth Earth Spirit ancestor said while gritting his teeth. His young face was flushed red. This matter could not be resolved peacefully. To be exact, he and Gu Fei had become enemies that could not live under the same sky. It was either Gu Fei or Gu Fei. Gu Fei smiled and said, "According to what you said, if I didn't kill those 2 guys, you'd be willing to submit to me?" The fourth Earth Spirit ancestor did not speak and only stared at Gu Fei. His entire body was filled with murderous intent. The primal chaos divine light emitted from his body was like a primal chaos divine flame. The void around him was constantly being destroyed. What is Master doing? Is he really going to subdue this guy? Yu Qiong was shocked when he saw this. Once Gu Fei subdued the Earth Spirit tribe, no one in the entire Eastern continent would be able to go against him. Although the Heavenly God tribe had a strong foundation, Yu Qiong knew that it would be difficult to resist Gu Fei even if the Heavenly God tribe used everything they had. With Gu Fei around, it wouldn't be difficult for Tsang Ke to truly unify the Eastern continent. Master has his own plans. The monster divine Venerable said. Meanwhile, Tsang Ke was personally controlling the defensive formation in the chaotic Golden Rock tribe's ancestral land, blocking all the forces that were surging towards the ancestral land. The chaotic Golden Rock tribe's ancestral land was not affected at all. What's Gu Fei doing? Why hasn't he killed that guy yet? Tsang Ke stood on a tall formation platform in the depths of the ancestral lands. He raised his head to look at the 2 figures facing off in the sky. He was very confused. Given Gu Fei's cultivation, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill the 4th ancestor. He was slightly excited. He could subdue the entire Earth Spirit tribe if he could subdue the Earth Spirit tribe. If he could subdue the Earth Spirit tribe, the chaotic Golden Rock tribe's strength would definitely increase tremendously. They would then become the strongest faction in the Eastern continent and the true overlord. Tsang Ke was well aware of the chaotic Golden Rock tribe's situation. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, they wouldn't have been able to rise so quickly in the Eastern continent. The only person that the old fellas in the Eastern continent were wary of was Gu Fei. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, Tsang Ke's chaotic Golden Rock tribe wouldn't have been able to gain a foothold in the Eastern continent. This guy's not bad. At this moment, an old man appeared high in the sky in another direction. He looked old and clumsy, but no one dared to go near him. Even some of the most ancient existences avoided the old man as soon as they saw him. What, even he's here? The Eastern Pole old man almost exclaimed when he saw the old man who was even older than him. The ancestral god. A huge figure could be vaguely seen among the clouds in the sky. It was an enormous, mysterious snake that was circling in the clouds. The mysterious snake patriarch is here too. Someone said something like that. Just as the outcome of the battle was decided, a figure who was watching from afar left quietly. No one noticed the figure. Everyone was watching Gu Fei and the fourth Earth Spirit progenitor. The battle had made everyone aware of Gu Fei's strength. This man could annihilate the Golden Crow tribe. How could he be an ordinary person? A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. I think one of the Earth Spirit progenitors is going to surrender. Someone whispered, He, even if he wants to surrender, he has to see if the other party is willing to accept him. Someone said disapprovingly, I don't think he will surrender. A white-haired, middle-aged man said, The second and third progenitors were killed by Gu Fei. Why would the fourth progenitor surrender? Why don't we make a bet? A short and fat cultivator glanced at the middle-aged man and said, I'm not afraid of you. What do you have to offer if you lose? The middle-aged man said, How about this? After saying that, the pudgy cultivator pulled out a short sword from his body. The short sword was sheathed in a black scabbard, and a chilling aura radiated out from the short sword. Oh, this is good stuff. A white-clothed young cultivator was shocked when he saw the short sword in the fat cultivator's hand. This short sword was definitely a rare divine weapon. For sword cultivators, this dagger was very valuable. The middle-aged man happened to be a sword principle expert. His eyes lit up when he saw the short sword in the fat cultivator's hand. He almost couldn't help but want to snatch the short sword. What do you have to offer? The fat cultivator looked at the middle-aged cultivator and said proudly, Humph, are you the only one with good stuff? After saying that, the middle-aged cultivator took out an item from his body. He held the item in his hand, but rays of divine light still seeped through the gaps between his fingers. A powerful wave of divine power rippled out from his hand. This is... Both the fat cultivator and the white-clothed young man were shocked when they sensed the wave of divine power from the middle-aged cultivator's hand. This was the purest divine power. It could be easily refined and absorbed to improve one's cultivation and battle strength. The eyes of the fat cultivator and the white-clothed young man also lit up. The middle-aged cultivator was holding a heavenly god bead in his hand. This was a divine item that people in the divine path yearned for. Refining a heavenly god bead was enough to raise the cultivation of an ordinary god to the heavenly god level. The heavenly gods of the ancestral god realm were equivalent to the almighties of the human realm. A heavenly god bead could raise a heavenly god long ago. It was no wonder that so many people coveted it. Most importantly, there weren't many people in the ancestral god realm who could refine a heavenly god bead. The rarer something was, the greater its value. In the ancestral god realm, the value of a heavenly god bead was definitely comparable to a saint-grade divine weapon. While everyone was guessing whether the fourth progenitor of the Earth Spirit clan would surrender, the fourth progenitor had already made his move. Boom! A dazzling divine light burst out of the fourth progenitor's body. The fourth progenitor turned into a chaotic exotic beast and pounced at Gu Fei. The chaotic exotic beast was covered in thick scales. There were 2 sharp, curved horns on its head and a pair of long claws. It directly clawed at Gu Fei's head and chest. He's really crazy. Gu Fei shook his head. This guy actually dared to fight in close combat with him. Isn't he courting death? Swoosh! A mass of primal chaos divine light surged out of Gu Fei's body. The fourth progenitor's sharp claws instantly clawed at the layer of light and were shaken off. In the next moment, the chaotic exotic beast's huge body violently collided with the primal chaos divine light outside of Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei was as still as a mountain, but the fourth ancestor was sent flying. Even the horn on his head was broken, and some of his bones even pierced through. He was in a wretched state. This was the difference in strength. Gu Fei could still kill the second and third progenitors, even though he was fighting 1 against 3. Now, only the fourth progenitor was left. The chaotic exotic beast that the fourth progenitor had turned into roared angrily. It did not care about its injuries and pounced at Gu Fei again. Bang! With a single punch, Gu Fei sent the pouncing exotic beast flying. The Earth Spirit ancestor is just SOSO. Although his reputation is not undeserved, he is not as strong as the rumors say. Some old antiques whispered in the distance. Haha, you lost. At this moment, the middle-aged cultivator was overjoyed. He snatched the short sword from the fat man's hand. If we don't surrender now, which progenitor of the Earth Spirit tribe wants the Earth Spirit tribe to be wiped out? The fatty didn't understand. The fourth Earth Spirit ancestor shouldn't have thought of this. As long as he was alive, there would be hope. If he died, then everything would be over, and everything would be over. As the progenitor of the tribe, the fourth progenitor should not have pushed his tribe to the brink of destruction. At this moment, Gu Fei was torturing the chaotic exotic beast. Before long, there was not a single part of the chaotic exotic beast that was unharmed. He did not kill it. The fourth progenitor only suffered flesh wounds. Although they looked serious, with the fourth progenitor's cultivation base, he could recover even if he was blasted into smithereens. Bang! Gu Fei sent the exotic beast of chaos flying with another punch. This time, the exotic beast of chaos fell from the sky and could not attack again for a while. All right, that's enough. It's time to end this. Chapter 3454. Although the Earth Spirit clan's ancestor had taken on a human form, he was definitely not a human, but a member of the chaotic tribe. The fourth ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan had revealed his true form to fight against Gu Fei. However, he was still no match for Gu Fei, even though he had displayed his strongest combat body. Ever since Gu Fei had come out of seclusion, his cultivation and combat strength had increased once again. The strength of the chaotic primordial energy shocked even Gu Fei. Even a single strand of this energy could crush the void. It was extremely powerful. At this moment, Gu Fei descended from the sky and landed beside the chaotic exotic beast. How is this possible? How can you be this powerful? A wave of unwilling divine will spread out from the heavily injured and dying alien beast of chaos on the ground. Nothing is impossible in this world. Gu Fei said with an arrogant expression. Damn it! The chaotic exotic beast roared angrily. Streaks of chaotic light were emitted from its body, and its huge body seemed to be burning. The aura it exuded made the supreme experts' hearts palpitate. Still trying to fight? Gu Fei looked at the chaotic exotic beast that was struggling to get up from the ground. He could not help but admire the fourth ancestor. He knew that it was impossible, but he still did it. Swoosh! At this moment, a ray of cold light flashed across the void and shot towards the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows at an extremely fast speed. Just as the ray of cold light was about to hit Gu Fei, a hand suddenly grabbed it without any warning. The person who grabbed it was Gu Fei himself. He had already grabbed the ray of cold light with his right hand. When he looked down, he realized that he had grabbed a tail. The tail was like a spiritual snake that was struggling in Gu Fei's hand. There was a sharp barb at the end of the tail. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. Then he exerted strength in his hand that was grabbing onto the exotic beast of chaos's tail. He actually swung the exotic beast of chaos into the air and smashed it onto the ground with a loud bang. The entire ground shook. The massive body of the chaos exotic beast smashed a huge crater in the ground, and countless cracks appeared around the crater. Roar! The alien beast of chaos howled and coughed out blood continuously. Even though it possessed an extremely tough body, it could not withstand Gu Fei's torment. Surrender or not? Gu Fei said, No surrender. The chaos exotic beast said hatefully. Boom! Gu Fei grabbed the tail of the exotic beast of chaos and smashed it to the ground again. Surrender or not? Gu Fei asked again. No surrender. Even though the Chaos alien beast was severely injured, it still refused to surrender and bow its head. Boom! Without saying anything else, Gu Fei grabbed the Chaos exotic beast's tail and swung it again. He then smashed it onto the ground and asked again. After getting a negative answer, he smashed the Chaos exotic beast into the ground again. Just like that, even Gu Fei could not help but admire this beast of chaos. The battle continued for almost an hour. The beast of chaos had smashed one huge pit after another on the ground, and there was chaos blood everywhere. Still not going to surrender, Gu Fei asked again. Of course. The Chaos exotic beast's mouth was filled with blood, and it was still coughing out blood. However, it was still alive. With its current cultivation base, it could regenerate its body and recover even if it was smashed into pieces. However, Gu Fei's attack was not going to be that simple. A powerful primordial chaos force had already invaded the Chaos exotic beast's body and was destroying its will. At that moment, everyone could not bear to see how badly Gu Fei was torturing the Chaos exotic beast. However, the world of cultivation was a cruel one. Gu Fei's actions were not wrong. Being merciful to one's enemy was being cruel to oneself. Boom! The Chaos exotic beast's huge body smashed onto the ground. Even Gu Fei did not know how many times he had smashed the Chaos exotic beast. Sigh, I'm tired. Let's take a break. Gu Fei let go of the Chaos exotic beast's tail. At that moment, the Chaos exotic beast only had the strength to pant. It was about to die. Gu Fei's primordial chaos energy was no joke. The primordial chaos exotic beast had not only injured its physical body, but its soul as well. This guy really knows how to play. In the distant sky, the deity race's old ancestor, who had been watching Gu Fei, suddenly laughed. His wrinkled face looked uglier than crying. At that moment, the East Pole old man could not stand it anymore. However, he did not stop him. Instead, he shook his head and left. What is Master trying to do? Yu Qiong looked at Gu Fei from afar and asked, You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? The demon divine Lord said unhappily. Gu Fei had always done things in a bold and unconstrained manner. No one could guess what he was going to do next. Even Yan could not guess what he was going to do, let alone the others. Since you're not willing to surrender, there's no point for me to keep their souls. At that moment, Gu Fei suddenly stretched out his right hand. Two faint figures appeared on his palm. The two figures emitted a weak wave of divine consciousness. What? Everyone who was watching the battle from afar was shocked. They did not expect Gu Fei to keep the souls of the second and third ancestors. In other words, Gu Fei hadn't really killed the second and third progenitors of the Earth Spirit. When the fourth Earth Spirit ancestor saw the two figures in Gu Fei's hands, he was shocked. As long as their souls didn't dissipate, the second and third ancestors wouldn't truly die. Surrender or not? Gu Fei asked again. This time, he had a smirk on his face. This was the last time. If the fourth ancestor still did not surrender, he would not hesitate to kill him. Surrender, surrender. The fourth progenitor's head exploded, and a faint, illusory figure rushed out. In the next moment, the headless body of the strange beast emitted a powerful qi and blood. The streams of qi and blood entered the illusory figure. Very soon, an extremely powerful qi and blood rippled out from the figure. Soon, all the energy on the exotic beast's body was devoured by the fourth ancestor's soul. Only the clothes and bones were left. At that moment, the fourth ancestor had reconstructed his body. The aura that erupted from his body was still extremely powerful, as if he was never injured. Of course, the fourth ancestor's vitality was more or less injured. What secret art is this? Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw this. The fourth progenitor's secret art seemed to be a secret art that allowed one to recover from their injuries and reform a new divine body. This secret art seemed to allow the chaotic exotic beast to be reborn. It was similar to the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao, the Ascension secret art. Of course, there was still a fundamental difference between the 2 secret arts. This is a secret art that my race has mastered. The 4th ancestor said, I would like to borrow this secret art to study it. Is that okay? Gu Fei smiled. What? The 4th progenitor could not help but be stunned. Whoosh! While the 4th progenitor was in a daze, Gu Fei suddenly reached out and grabbed the top of the 4th progenitor's head. In the next moment, he used the spirit-seizing secret technique and read the 4th progenitor's memories. The 4th ancestor did not dare resist, but it was uncomfortable to have his memories read. It was as if all his secrets were known. Cicada shedding technique? That's interesting. Gu Fei retracted his right hand from the 4th ancestor's head. This secret art was indeed unique. It shed the old body and was reborn. This secret technique was not created by the Earth Spirit clan. Instead, it was obtained from the Golden Silkworm clan. However, the Golden Cicada clan had disappeared for countless years. In the distant past, the Golden Cicada clan was once an extremely powerful clan. However, the clan eventually disappeared in the merciless passage of time. The extermination of the Golden Cicada clan once again proved that no one could truly exist for eternity. Even an extreme grade supremacy would fall at some point. To cultivators, eternity was relative. At this moment, the 4th ancestor's expression turned ugly. Gu Fei was too powerful. He had read the 4th ancestor's memories directly. He has such a secret art. The old ancestor of the mysterious Snake clan and the old man from the deity race who were watching from afar were shocked. Gu Fei's technique was too heaven-defying. He could even read the 4th ancestor's memories. Everyone was surprised that Gu Fei did not kill the 2nd and 3rd ancestor. Everyone thought that Gu Fei had killed the 2nd primogenitor and the 3rd primogenitor and had become irreconcilable enemies with the Earth Spirit clan. However, the tables had turned at this moment. Gu Fei was happy because he had subdued the Earth Spirit clan. Among the 4 great ancestors of the Earth Spirit clan, only the eldest and the 1st ancestor had not surrendered. Haha, good, very good. In the depths of the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land, Tsang Ke stood on the peak of a mountain. The mountain whistled and his hair danced in the wind. Tsang Ke was extremely happy. The Earth Spirit clan's surrender gave him hope of unifying the East Continent. In fact, unifying the East Continent had always been Tsang Ke's long-cherished wish. However, he had never been able to realize it. Tsang Ke was a supreme being back then. However, the other forces in the East Continent were also overseen by saints. No one had expected the battle to end like this. The chaotic Golden Rock clan's power had increased greatly. With the addition of the Earth Spirit clan, it would not be difficult for them to conquer the entire East Continent.